Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was established to secure these rights and for the good that comes from exercising them well. This is why the founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth and defending liberty since 1844.
Ready to learn some medieval combat, kiddo?
You bet, Dad.
Let's do this.
You know, spending quality time with your kids is important, but finding a fun and safe way to do it can really be a challenge. That's where halberds come in. Halberds are the perfect way to bond with your kid while teaching them about history and physical fitness. Plus, they're a blast to play with. So next time you're looking for some family fun activity, grab a halberd and get ready to make some memories.
Come on, Dad. Round 2.
Halberds, bringing families together one medieval battle at a time. This commercial brought to you by the KLRNradio.com Ad Council.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
America's on the rails. What we're trying to change tonight. From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts, exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filters, no fear. We pull back the veil. When the system rebels, we refuse to pale. America off the rails. Wake up calls and rebel tales. Unchained voices in the news, standing strong with nothing to lose. DC drama to state level plans. We're calling the shots that'll shift the sands. Listeners rising, tuned in for truth. United we stand, one nation, only one truth. We believe in liberty, not safety's lie. Throwing down the gauntlet, here's a battle cry. Perspective sharp as steel in hand. We're the ones who help this country stand. America off the rails. Bold ideas and fearless tales. Rick Robinson's voice lights a flame. Stand up proud when you hear our name. America off the rails. Get on track. Stand up tonight.
All right. It's new, so I had to let it play for a minute. Welcome into the America Off the Rails program. My name is Rick Robinson. We do this thing every Monday night, usually starting at about an hour from now. There's some breaking news, so we decided to start a little earlier. And then every other Wednesday, this is also going to be a Rails night, so you'll actually get this show twice this week. And it will likely be an extended version because I keep forgetting G has declared his summer schedule in effect. So there will be unfortunately no conservative curmudgeon show. So I guess you get 2 hours of me on Wednesday. And then probably Behind Enemy Lines, and then an hour of me and Orty, and then Edge of Liberty, and then probably The Saloon, as long as BZ does a show tomorrow night. Which, actually I could change things up. We don't have, that's what I could do. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry for the shop talk at the beginning. We'll get into the meat of the show in a second, but I just realized we don't have our normal show tomorrow night, so I can just run BZ live tomorrow night and get myself an extra 2 hours the following night. That's actually not a bad plan. All right. Anyway, so we're here. We're live. It's America Off the Rails. If you're new around here, this is one of the flagship shows that started KLRN Radio. It's been going strong since I think I started this one in 2012-ish. So it's been around for a minute. We got a lot of new folks checking us out. Just want to say good evening. Hope you guys have survived your Monday okay, and I hope I hope you've decided what your outfit's going to be for this year's Riot season since it's already started. Um, but so let's get started with that, right? Okay, so I was hoping I had so they've made some changes to how we can set things up on Restream, and I was hoping I could make this like a super small graphic and kind of have it hiding in the corner the entire time, but that didn't work. So I'm still figuring a few things out. Anyway, so let's go ahead and make this go away for the moment, and I'll kind of leave this up when we take breaks and stuff. But for now, I'm gonna hide it. Okay, so that way things don't look quite as weird. But anyway, so we're here, we're live, and there's plenty of things to talk about. So first things first, because there's so much going on, I don't even really know where to start. So we might as well just start here. This is Mayor Fishface out of LA, with her take on what's going on, and then we're gonna start breaking down what's actually been going on. Because you're probably, unless you are hanging out with folks like me, you are probably not getting anywhere near the full story of everything that's going on. I'm just gonna try to help you guys with that tonight. So here we go.
Are Democrats out of touch on this issue?
Well, I think if you did the polling in Los Angeles, I'm not sure it would be that way, considering we are a city of immigrants. And then people might approve that policy, but do people really approve the federal government coming in and seizing power from a state and from a city? So I drilled down a little further on that poll because I do not believe that Americans support the federal intervention in a city takeover or a state takeover.
So there's Mayor Fishface. Basically, I know you couldn't really see him very well, so I'm going to back this up for a second and put it on freeze frame and make it smaller, so you guys can see the overall numbers that they're talking about. And give me just a moment while we take care of that here. And we'll just do that. All right, so as you can see, there's a 54 to 46% approve, disapprove of how immigration is being handled. So I think Mayor Fishface may be on the wrong side of this issue. But just in case somebody thinks differently than I do, we have BZ from BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon, who's joining us right now as soon as I get him on the screen properly. Good evening, sir. How are you? Yeah, that doesn't look right.
Well, welcome, and it's grand to be seen on this side of the earth.
Yeah, right. I got laughed at because I said that yesterday in church. The preacher was like, "What? Does anybody have anything they could be thankful about today?" And nobody said anything, so I just stood up and said, "Well, we all woke up on the right side." And everybody just kind of laughed at me. It's like, "Well, nobody else will say anything. Can't expect me to be quiet. Come on now." Anyway, so I don't know about you, as somebody, because see, I've never lived there. As somebody who I know used to live there, I want to get your take on all this stuff because I know you spent quite a bit of time there. How you feeling about all this?
Well, damn, where do I start? Here's the gig. I spent 41 years in law enforcement back when we could actually be officers and back when we would actually enforce the law. I'm going to be much more conciliatory and taciturn on your show than I plan to be tomorrow. But let me just, I will couch things a bit.
Hang on just a second. Hang on.
Sure.
I don't want you feeling like you have to hold back. So let me do this for you real quick, just so you know we're covered.
Okay.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener
to.
We don't do conciliatory around here, sir. Let her rip.
First, you have to hold California, always spelled with a K, in a much different perspective than you would other places, and definitely other states. If it's crazy, wild, insane, makes no fucking sense whatsoever, you can expect it in California. Now, what California has managed to do, however, is export all of its bullshit and insanity to other states, to the point where Oregon has been subsumed, Washington has been subsumed, and Washington is almost, but not quite, as bad as California. Now, having said that, I cannot tell you, and I try to find. I'm going to try to parse words that make sense to everyone. It's difficult for me to do this. It's always been difficult for me to say. I was a supervisor, a first line sergeant, and there are two positions in any department that actually hold the greatest amount of power in any and every department. The first is the training officer, because the training officer sets the pace and the style for what will be trained and acceptable in a department. The second is the first line supervisor, because the first line supervisor is the individual who stops or allows whatever kind of law enforcement actions will be taken at any given scene. To say that, though, however, the least influential of people are the chiefs of police and the sheriffs. I side with sheriffs because we find that most of them will generally act in at least a semblance of a constitutional way. Now, having made that preface, I cannot tell you how disappointed I am in the two major law enforcement fucksticks in Southern California. One of them being Chief James McDonnell of LAPD. And the other is another filleting sycophant whose name escapes me right now, but he's the current sheriff of Los Angeles County. And actually, to be honest, his name is immaterial. He'll be here and gone. Alex Villanueva got into trouble originally in LASO and he became a bit of a grasper of moderation. And then I think he thinks that he's a little bit on the right when in fact he really isn't. But he got pissed off because he decided that in lieu of the LA city council and county supervisors, he was not going to be, he was not in accordance with God's great plan, little g, in terms of the supervisors, and he would not enforce Wuhan 19 rules. And that's what got him in initial trouble. These two assholes down in Los Angeles, the chief and the sheriff, are incredibly disappointing. They are now and need to be in the same useless fucking leftist, fascist, fuckstick, fuck nozzle heap that all the rest of the leftists and anarchists should be placed, including James McDonnell, who today or yesterday, last night, said something similar to, and I paraphrase, Senator, we are overwhelmed by all of this. And yet both of those, that sheriff, that police chief, came out with official stances on official letterhead that said we will not be partaking of complying with federal law because someone somewhere decreed that LA County, the state of California, et cetera, is a sanctuary area and state. And what they have said then is that we will not be enforcing laws. That just like the federal government did for quite some time, we will selectively enforce, we will pick and choose whatever it is that we wish. The other thing that I believe a lot of people fail to realize is that, especially in Southern California, the two largest populations of Mexicans, because Mexicans are from Mexico, therefore, oh, BZ, you called them Mexicans and not fuck off. The two largest populations of Mexicans are A, Mexico City, and B, Los Angeles. California always spell it with a K. There are no populations equally as large anywhere else. There will be a third and a fourth and whatnot. But LA is in contestation with Mexico City, with the numbers that are there. So you're not going to get hired in the county of Los Angeles unless you're already a filleting sycophant. And if you aren't, you will be made so, or you will be excised like a bad wart, like a cancer, like what we need to do with leftists. They all need to be excised. So My point being is that McDonnell enabled and stated that he was in complete compliance and support with the wishes, philosophies of the city council for Los Angeles, and the same for the sheriff, Los Angeles County. And yet he has the temerity to complain to anyone that he is overwhelmed after the city council and the county board of supervisors, both in their own wonderful illicit ways, decided that they were and did then defund, although you wouldn't hear them quantify it as that. They defunded a good portion of LAPD and they defunded a good portion of LASO. So to Chief McDonnell, who would not have been appointed because he was not elected, he was appointed. He would not have been appointed unless he was already in keeping with the great leftist plan, because you don't want anyone who's going to go against you in terms of the city council or the county board of supervisors. So it was already preordained that these pieces of shit were going to be piece of shit failures. And we all know that both of these gentlemen and those on down are going to the chief of police, I think, makes close to $250,000 a year. You'll have to fact check me on that. And the sheriff of the county of Los Angeles will make whatever a similar number of that is. And like any chief or sheriff anywhere else, except in a red state, they are too hooked to the nectar, the free-flowing spice that must continue to go against those with whom they were already the chosen and favored ones. But to that I say, to the people of Los Angeles, the citizens of Los Angeles, the citizens of the county of Los Angeles, fuck you up the ass with a red-hot piece of rebar. Numerous times you bought into the bit, you got what you asked for, nay, you got what you demanded, and then shut the fuck up, take a huge mug, at least this size. This is popcorn. I went to the movie last night. I'm at least, 1,000 miles away from all the shit that's going on because I left with intent a long time ago in 2021 or 2022. So the people that voted for this and for McDonnell, Chief McDonnell of LAPD, to say, oh, we are overwhelmed. You're either that stupid or you've had your teeth blunted a bit so that when you run your teeth and your lips over the cocks of the LA City Council, then you don't want to injure those folks. You really don't at all. And Jim, you get what you deserve. The people of Los Angeles, you get what you deserve. And the people in the county of Los Angeles, you are getting what you deserve. And I sit back and laugh with this caveat. That shit, sooner or later, is going to find its way to what I call other leftist urban rat cages. Now, the thing that I find amusing, hypocritical, and with just a bitter taste of schadenfreude is that now, of all places, NYPD is showing some balls by arresting protesters, while simultaneously LAPD, LASO are not doing so. I'd also like to make this notation if I could.
Sure.
CHP's commissioner, I can't think of the guy's name at this point, but CHP still has just a wee bit of balls remaining because they're a statewide organization. But the stories that I could tell you sometime at a later date about CHP. Now, having said that, I want the taxpayers of the state of California to conjure this just for a bit. CHP and a lot of police agencies can't buy Dodge Chargers anymore. They don't make them, and they're not going to get them. So the only thing left, essentially, is CHP bought the Dodge Durango, 400 units, but that's a piece of shit. from the oil cooler. So not too many people are embracing Dodge Durangos. They are, however, CHP and a lot of other agencies upfitting and utilizing Chevy Tahoes. Do you remember the long line of blasted and destroyed Chevy Tahoes on 101, where people were dropping refrigerators and other lovely things on the officers below? Each one of those Chevy Tahoes costs close to $150,000 times 400 times how many get damaged. And that lovely tab is going to be on you, taxpayers of the state of California, of the city of Los Angeles, of the county of Los Angeles. And the bill will be astounding. I sit back from afar and go, you stupid fucks. You cannot count on police or sheriffs in the state of California, always spelled with a K. And with that, I turn it over to Alex Trebek. I'll take law enforcement fuck sticks for 500, Alex, please.
All right. So in that category, no, I'm just kidding. All right. So I did check until November of 24, the chief of LA PD was making $504,000. It's now been lowered since then to $450,000.
Oh, sure. Why not? $500,000, because he's proving he's worth every penny right now.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, it takes $1 million to buy a shoebox in California, so that's not really that much money either.
That's true.
Well,
how could I possibly undervalue his worth? I'm so bad. BZ, you so bad.
Oh no, I'm not saying he's definitely still not worth anything that he's being paid, because, but here's where, because I get the leftist take, right? I really do. But so right before I started putting stuff together, and I still had it on the screen in here for a little bit, I'm watching all of these protesters blocking a street, just completely taking over a street, most likely without a permit. And I'm watching the National Guard just stand there. And I'm like, I thought unless you secured a permit, it was illegal to block thoroughfares. So come on, look, I get it. Nobody wants to make any of this any worse. But the only way these people are going to learn is if we actually start enforcing the laws as written, which means they don't get to just prance down the streets when they want to. They don't get to that. Like there's a video clip that I found earlier that is conveniently cutting away the most important part. Hang on. I think I have it bookmarked. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Because this was so this is of course coming from a leftist account, and they're talking about how rough the PD were being, and they left out the most important part. So I'm trying to see if I can find it. Hang on.
As you're doing that, let me instill a sense of history for folks. Back in the day when I began in law enforcement, if you blocked a sidewalk, you would be arrested. If you blocked a driveway, you would be arrested. If you got onto the street, you would be arrested. If you even thought of blocking a highway, you would be arrested. If you blocked an intersection, you would be arrested. And we would have gone hats and bats far, far before it had gotten to that period. In California, you have to make an announcement for riots. It's right around the 415 Penal Code section. And you have to say that we consider this a riot, and you have all been advised, and you have to leave. Then you give a certain period of time for people to leave. If they don't, then you just fucking wade in, and you use hats, and you use bats, and you use whatever force is necessary to accomplish your arrests. There's a penal code section that no one uses or believes in anymore. In California, of all places, always spell it with a K, which says you may use as a peace officer any amount of force used to combat or negate whatever force is being utilized against you, up to and including arrest. And then you take that person away forthwith and do as you will. No one believes or is using those penal code sections anymore. And here's why. Because of tort law, case law, because of general and local general orders and operating orders, which proscribe those things from happening. Though under California law, always spell it with a K, it's still, to my knowledge, they have not changed any of those penal code sections. It is still lawful to be able to do those things. But law enforcement agencies are so frightened of the persons with the purse strings, of the persons that are in their community, and I use that very loosely, community. But everyone must realize within your locales, wherever it is that you are, red state, blue state, red city, blue city, you are no better or worse than what I've called your local gene pool. Now, since I got into law enforcement many, many decades ago, I have always been in training. That is to say, I have always embraced training, and in my domains were ethics, the penal code, and guns and cars. I was range master for my department of 3,000 plus deputies for a while, and I'd always been involved in EVOC training. And with the requisite training, education, and experience, that's how you get the job done. Each one of those can be assailed on their individual and singular terms, but it all goes back to what do you have around you? Who's around you? Whatever you have around you is the gene pool from which you will select people. Now, in Southern California, it has always been reprehensible. It was standard practice, even in the 80s and 90s, for LAPD and LASO to come up north to Sacramento because we hadn't been necessarily as terribly polluted as they were. And they would try to steal people from us because their gene pool had already been shat in for quite some time. The reason that we got such things under Brown as the POBR, Peace Officer Bill of Rights, is because LAPD, the organization, supervisors, chiefs, et cetera, didn't believe in rights for cops. So that's how we happened to get POBR. Then, having gone beyond that, everyone is having a problem getting appropriate recruits. So even if you weren't defunding the police, the numbers of police organizations are inherently going down because no one wants to be in such organizations. When people should know this, there is quadruple jeopardy in law enforcement. You can suffer individual time off, etc., locally within the agency, and then you can be sued by your state, your county. Well, adds another level, as a matter of fact, and you can be sued civilly, and you can be prosecuted criminally. So you can be prosecuted by the state. You can be prosecuted federally. You can be sued in any number of courts, and you can suffer in-house punitive results. So you suffer quadruple jeopardy, and those are things not generally acknowledged or known about in terms of law enforcement. So your gene pool is small. The pay in California, it's not bad, but the pay in other places is generally rather terrible. And certainly in the southeastern portion of the United States, in the South, there are departments, and I can tell you that people, if they had a problem with their car, they had to fix it themselves. If they had to get a weapon, they had to get it themselves. If there was a problem with the uniform, they had to repair it themselves. If there was a problem with the barracks or the area from which they were dispatched, they had to fix it themselves. Law enforcement generally consists of the bulk of law enforcement agencies all around the United States of America consists of departments that are 20 people or less. The large departments are the rare and exclusive ones. So the reason you're getting shitty recruits is because your gene pool is shitty. And I can also tell you this. I'm speaking out of tune, out of church, out of school. But, at this point, knowing me, I don't really give a shit. The reason that you're seeing violence perpetrated by police in many cases is A, due to lack of training, and B, due to lack of anything that isn't execrable in terms of a gene pool. And what I mean by that is You had to, and even I had to come to terms, to grips with this. I would be tasked with teaching EVOC, which is the Emergency Vehicle Operations course, in Code 3 and emergency response driving and precision driving to people that have never had a car before, to people who, if they had a car, they had a car that weighed about 1,000 pounds, or had been riding bicycles, or had been on motorcycles, and that in and of itself is that's difficult. And then as range master, I had to teach people how to shoot who have never seen a gun before, who had never been told that there were guns before, who had never considered, as a matter of fact, that they might get themselves in some kind of a predicament or situation where they would have to utilize a gun, if for no other reason than their own proper self-defense. So you're getting people in firearms training and ACB, which is arrest control, baton, etc. People who have never been hit, who have never been struck before in anger. And then with limited training, you're expected to take these people who have very little experience in how the world truly does operate, especially now, the younger kids. Not necessarily Gen Z. Gen Z appears to be coming around. But I'm talking about the newer folks in those gene pools. And because, and you can't, it's very difficult to train a response into an individual who's never been struck in anger. And so what you're seeing, and what you've been seeing for some time, is an over response by individuals who, because they've never had to be in a knockdown, drag out fight, that just doesn't happen in civilized schools. They've been told to stand in corners, or they've been given, harsh language, perhaps even rudimentary sarcasm. And yet you're expecting these people not to respond from a primeval fashion with what they know. And that's frequently why you get people. That's why you get people that mistake tasers for firearms, insufficient training. That's why you get people that over respond in terms of the usage of firearms, the usage of tasers, anything, many things of that nature, is because it's just a different generation now from the prior generations. I used to say that people that had been in the military were some of my best friends. Some of my best deputies were people that had exposure to war for obvious reasons. And they have a really good and sensible perspective and view of law enforcement and what to expect out of it. And so when you think to yourself, and I frequently say this because, again, I'm old, I'm fat, I don't give a fuck. When law enforcement does it right, I'm in your side. I'm all for you. And I used to say, give me every reason. As a supervisor, I would say, give me every reason to support everything that you do. And I will be your best friend. And if you fuck up, and worse, if you lie to me about it, I will be your worst enemy. Because when you do something like that, you imperil the credibility of every law enforcement officer around the United States. And you've gone from being my friend to potential and an ally to potentially being an enemy, particularly if you continue on that track. These are things that we have to get out. When we've seen video of, and I cannot think the officer, he was chasing a black guy in a park, if my memory serves, and from a rather large distance of, I'd say 15, 20 yards, shot a black guy in the back. And truly, obviously, melanin has nothing to do with any of this. Zero. No cop wants to wake up and say, you know what, I want to do something today that's going to place me squarely in the sights of having my life demolished and destroyed, unless they're psychotic. But that shooting was clear murder. There have been others. And when law enforcement fucks up, law enforcement officers and agencies need to be held to task. And a great deal of that has to do with training and or the lack thereof. And that's what you're seeing in Los Angeles. This is nothing new. This is something that has literally been brewing for decades. It really got hammered home under Obama and then increasingly got worse. So what we're seeing in Los Angeles is to be expected from from a series of law enforcement agencies that have generally been totally emasculated. No one should be shocked, except Jim McDonnell, who is shocked that he's overwhelmed by what's going on, though he issued an official paper on official letterhead saying, I love illegal invaders and I won't be doing thing about it until we're overwhelmed. Sir, sirs, multiple sirs and ma'ams, good fucking luck.
All right, so I did manage to find this clip. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to play this first, then we're going to talk about the part that the leftist hack playing this left out. But this is the part all the leftists are going nuts about right now. You can see the dude's flailing down on the ground. Apparently, he's been, hit a few times, and see right there that the horse got spooked by the fireworks. Apparently somehow that's his fault, their fault. He's trying to get up again, so they're beating him back down. So, again, I mean, I could run an entire clinic on everything they're doing wrong here, but there's a part of this that nobody's talking about, and that's the part that I want to get into. So, about 45 seconds, maybe a minute before this takedown occurred, there was a group of protesters who were attempting to pour gasoline in a half circle and light it on fire in order to either impede and or catch the mounted police on fire. At that point, I'm sorry. At that point, as far as I'm concerned, you kind of deserve whatever comes next. I'm just being honest. I'm old school. I mean, dude, if you cross that line, I don't really care anymore. Not only did you just try to take out a bunch of animals, which makes you a bastard, in my opinion, but you tried to take out a bunch of people too. So, yeah.
You always have to consider when you see a tape, particularly anything that is assembled or whatever take you get from ENG, and it's produced and displayed on various American media maggot locales. The first and immediate thing you have to think of is what transpired prior to what it is that you're seeing now. And the other thing you must consider is after that clip stopped, what also continued to happen. So you are purposely and intentionally being shown snippets of actions that in and of themselves are created and edited to make sure that no one there is being placed in any kind of a positive vein. So taken in a vacuum, taken in isolation, those events are meant to show that all these people did was have the intent to be oppressive and dictatorial, just as President Donald John Trump, OMB, Orange Man Bad, the guy with the dead orange cat on his head, dictated in a diktat from DC. Because everyone knows he's a dictator, and this is all occurring at his behest. So when you play that, the first thing that rolls through a mature thinking individual is what happened prior, what happened during, what happened after. And the other thing that I have to insert, now I'm not going to go there, I'll go someplace else, is that because I've been shot at 4 times. I returned fire once, and that person, well, he doesn't weigh very much now, but immediately following death, weighed a little bit more in death than he did in life. I'll just leave it at there. So you tend to take.
He doesn't weigh that much now, but he did before he tried to shoot.
Well, yeah, he's just probably grams or ounces right now. That's a story for another day. But when you tend to take those situations personally, because you cannot take the personal aspect out of it. If you want to have law enforcement automatons like RoboCop, then I don't know, we may eventually end up going there and having AI best us all. Who knows? I won't even begin to speculate. But things like that, being spit upon, I was spit upon, hit, cut, stabbed, shot at 4 times, had a broken bone, and went to the hospital twice. And after a while, after a period of time, you tend to take a lot of that personally, so that you cannot remove the humanity and the human aspects out of that. Now, the goal of training is to attempt to do something similar to that. But I always told myself, and all law enforcement officers have to be prepared mentally for any number of situations. And I used to play the game that professional athletes do. And that is to say, I was ahead of my time in terms of what is called visualization. And athletes these days, in their minds, in a calm situation, I don't know anything more than that. Maybe they do a lot more, but I would be in a calm situation, perhaps just before going to bed, and I would visualize, what would I do if I encountered A, B, or C? And then I need to visualize myself winning and overcoming that situation, so that if I was met with a situation that was remarkably similar to whatever it was that I had prior envisioned, and I had seen myself winning, and I had envisioned myself in any number of circumstances coming up, well, I could do A or B or C, I could do D or E, or any combination thereof. Visualization has a great deal to do with that. I don't think anybody teaches that today, but athletes use that. And I use that because you have to be prepared when you're on the street to have some kind of a ready answer to some kind of a problem that's presented to you. And it becomes personal. It becomes very personal. I got into a bit of a kerfuffle. I can say this because it's been a long time ago.
Statute of limitations have expired. No, I'm just kidding.
The 2 times in my life that I ever got papered were when I overslept and failed to appear in court.
Oof.
My bad on that one. That's my fault. Complete responsibility. The second one, not so much. I went to a case where I believed that the DA had more than enough probable cause, not just for my arrest and for the arrests of others, but for the prosecution thereof. And I called up the assistant district attorney that was working on that case. And I said, it seems very interesting that you are so enamored of yourself that you think that dismissal of this case, when it's already affected 3 particular victims, one almost but not quite critically, and because you don't have sufficient evidence in your brain to be able to formulate a coherent prosecution thereof, I said, I wish you would take it personally. And this is where I got into trouble. I said, it would appear to me that not enough assistant DAs or judges or politicians or celebrities or people of note, it's sad that and judges, I mentioned judges, are not murdered, raped, stabbed, sodomized, spit on, cut, slashed, hacked, stalked, and had any amount of their property vandalized, because then you would begin to come and realize that a great deal of what you look at as impersonal is very, very personal to the people experiencing it when they are. And I said, the amazing thing is that when you have a situation like that, and say, I don't know, a judge being subject of threats, then everyone is expected to fall over backwards and accommodate that individual, whereas the standard Mark I Model 1 citizen is availed none of that. None of those possibilities. And then after I hung up the phone, then came the days off letter. But it's true. I felt that way then. I feel that way now. Crime, riots, having your buildings burned, having your cars burned, being shot at, having concrete blocks dropped on you from an overpass on Highway 101, having rocks thrown at you, that's very, very personal. And cops now these days are not expected to give any kind of pushback whatsoever. To even touch a human being is anathema. And to continue as a society, that just can't be anymore. It cannot be, which is why I wonder, where are we going as a society? And I don't have that answer, but it's very personal. You try to train it out, but you just can't.
All right, so I think we've kind of given enough of your background as to, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to have you on, because I know you've lived there, you've worked some of the very streets that we're talking about, and you're watching all of this unfold on the news. But I think it's important that we start talking about the things that none of the mainstream media is talking about, like the things that when Gavin Newsom and Mayor Fishface start talking about, we don't need your help. These are some of the people that ICE has been going after and having to, because of the sanctuary status, go into neighborhoods and do the things that they've been doing that are supposedly scaring people. And I'm probably going to butcher some of these names, but Xiong Shan Fan, a 49-year-old illegal alien from Vietnam who had a criminal history, including a conviction for second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years for life. Then you've got Rolando Benisarion Enriquez, a 55-year-old illegal alien from the Philippines. His criminal history includes burglary in Ontario, California, with a sentence of 4 years in prison, sexual penetration with a foreign object with force, assault with intent to commit rape. That was in Pomona, California, with a sentence of 37 years in prison. So yeah, these are the people that these asshats are standing up for, and you're hearing people like this guy. And you can go ahead. I saw you grabbing your bell. Go ahead. At least I thought I saw you grabbing your bell. I could be wrong.
Oh, no. My wife came in, didn't know that I was doing a podcast and asked me a question.
Oh, cool.
So please continue.
No, fine. But yeah, so this guy, and I've played a clip similar. I think it's from the same guy before. But this is, again, one of the guys that's, right in the middle of all this stuff telling us how wrong we have everything in America.
We don't agree with the term illegal. We're undocumented. We've been here for thousands of years before you guys showed up, screw up everything. We think we should organize together with the U.S. working class and fight together and create a better system. We're anti-capitalist. We think socialism does work, real socialism, not Venezuela, not Cuba, not any of that crap that they try to sell us as socialism. And we believe it will be a more humane system that will take care of most of all people's necessities.
Is there a country we can look to kind of model the socialism idea?
The only model would be Soviet Union the first 4 years. After that, it became a mess. Sadly, there was a bureaucrat leadership that grew out of that, but it has to do mainly with the attacks of the U.S. and all big powers against that system that was working. In the few years that it lasted, it showed the world that it could do much better than capitalism.
In the few years that it lasted and worked appropriately, it showed the world it could do a much better job than capitalism. Why did I play that clip? Because I need you guys to understand all of this unrest that you're seeing, all of these pre-printed signs, all of these people waving the brand new flags, the pre-printed signs, the brick ferry showing up overnight for things to be able to throw at law enforcement. This is straight from the color revolution, folks.
Is this the point where I insert a comment here about stupid fucking piece of shit, parasitical, illegal invader Mexican here? You have no sense of history. You don't have, there wasn't one thing upon which you said that was truthful, but it is illustrative of this isn't just any kind of a spontaneous reaction. Very little of any of this is spontaneous. It's planned. When you have bricks and concrete blocks that are set up along numerous routes, this is nothing that is organic. This is nothing that was it just popped off. No, this has been planned. It has been solicited, and it is fruitful, and it pays. There are any number of places right now where people are being solicited to come and become socio-anarchists. But it's also a great opportunity for those people who hate America, Leninists, Marxists, communists, socialists, anarchists of all stripes, to weigh in and come help. We're here to help wherever it may be, wherever the poor man is being oppressed by capitalists and mostly white people. We're here to help.
Yeah, MD made a great point. The first 4 years of the Soviet Union were soaked in blood. Not wrong. Also, I want to back up for a second. When we were talking about, the PD's inability to do pretty much anything anymore, Jeff chimed in and said it looks like Demolition Man may have gotten something else right. We're police officers. We're not trained to handle this kind of violence.
As I said, when we knew something was up, we went to hats and bats. It used to be said in the 70s in one of my earlier departments, people would say, one riot, one deputy. And we were expected to quell whatever it was that was occurring, and we were tasked with doing it, and we did it. And if people went to the hospital by way of the jail, that was acceptable. Go back to my earlier comments that I made about the penal code sections that are in California with regard to arrest powers.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I guess that's the thing. And I guess that's the part that I'm frustrated about, because I understand that you're you were in this game a lot longer than I was. I actually got into the line of duty, so I wasn't even in this line of work for very long before I figured out a way to do private sector stuff. But the little bit of time that I was in the 90s, early mid 90s, we were still trained to do our jobs. Probably not
Yes.
to the extent that you guys were, but we were still, when it came down to it. I mean, I have people and that's part of the reason why I decided to extend the show today, because I have people in my circles around here in one of the reddest of the reddest states that are concerned about what may start popping off here in Blue City soon if we don't get this stuff under control. Because we do have blue, thanks to gentrification, things like that. We have had a lot of Democrats move into places like Oklahoma City and Tulsa. So those are turning pretty blue. As a matter of fact, a couple of cycles ago, one of our congressional districts went blue for the first time in forever, and everybody was like, maybe more people should have gotten out to vote. Well, no shit.
No kidding.
Thanks.
That
Welcome to the
was so totally unforeseeable. How did we not possibly conjure that?
But yeah, I mean, all of it. It's like just what, and the thing about it is just watching like the national. I mean, I know I said National Guard, I misspoke. So I think I know why the folks that are standing there blocking the property aren't doing anything, because those are actual Marines. They've been ordered in to protect federal buildings. But why the National Guard isn't just again going hats and bats and saying we're going to give you guys 20 minutes to get your asses out of here or else. I don't really understand. I understand why the sheriffs aren't doing it, because they've been told they can't. I understand why LAPD. I mean, one of the scenes that made me both angry and feel all kinds of cringy all at the same time was watching a bunch of LAPD hiding under an overpass because they were engulfed. And I'm like, there was a time that nobody would have thought to do this shit, because they would have all been sent to the hospital or the morgue.
But see, there has been a transition over the years that has occurred, and it's intentional, and it's been played out in blue cities. And my first response when I was listening to you talk about, folks, let me tell you this is nothing new to Rick, and it should be nothing new to anybody who regularly listens to Rick or KLRN. But there is no real place anymore, even in my state of Idaho, where you can truly escape insane fucking leftists. They're everywhere, and you can't swat them. You can't kill them. You can't ignore them. Sooner or later, you're just going to have to figure out how to deal with it on some kind of a term. But if you think that you're in a type of idyllic community where you will not be affected, you will be affected. And if you think you're in a beautiful red state where nothing like that happens, you'd better think again, because every red state has its own share of incredible, ridiculous leftist people. There's no state that is not susceptible to this.
All right, folks, we're up against a break. More on the other side. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts, exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filters, no fear. We pull back the veil. When the system rebels, we refuse to pale. America off the rails. We're wake up calls and rebel tales. Unchained voices in the news. Standing strong with nothing to lose. Drama to state level plans. We're calling the shots that'll shift the sands. Listeners rising, tuned in for truth. United we stand, one nation, only one truth. We believe in liberty, not safety's lie. Throwing down the gauntlet, here's our battle cry. Perspective sharp as steel in hand. We're the ones who'll help this country stand. America. stand up proud when you hear our name. America off the rails, get on track.
And helps if I remember that I'm muted. Welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Hour 2 of the extended edition of America Off the Rails is coming at you now. Don't forget, we do have coming up after us. We're going to switch gears, head over to SHR Media Land with Sean Lewis's Edge of Liberty, or as I call him, the Boston Bastich. And I do have also from SHR Media, the host and owner of BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. Got some really tasty drinks, by the way. I've been hanging out there lately.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So yeah, we're back and showing off the new intro. I think I may need to gain it up a little bit. It sounded a lot louder till I put it through the system, so I think I'm gonna have to fix it. But I like it. I like it a lot. Anyway, so we're back. We're live, and we've been talking about this stuff because it's everywhere.
As Sackhead Sean said, I am in fact a Boston Bastich.
Well, he's not wrong.
Hey, the one thing I wanted to point out before you went to a break is that there are other activities that are involved in this as well. What has occurred over the past number of years is that cities and states, some counties, agencies, have intentionally limited the utilization of weapons and tactics and the ability of law enforcement to overcome riots and mass disobedience. Like gas munitions have been eliminated. Some pepper ball have been eliminated. 40 millimeter has been eliminated. Less than lethal has been eliminated. And what that does is
back up for just a second, because the elimination of the 40, yeah, that hurt.
Well, for those who are not knowledge, I'm not talking about 40 millimeter explosive rounds that you go shake on the bottom of an M4. No, that's something entirely different, folks.
Yeah, no, we couldn't use those.
I want to qualify that. 40 millimeter are they can be either gas munitions or they can be a stun type gun that are used in and of themselves. And frequently in a lot of those jurisdictions, they've been totally eliminated so that there is no real, the only effective tactic or ploy left to law enforcement is numbers. In other words, law enforcement to be successful in terms of a riot or an insurrection or an upheaval, the only thing left truly to them in most jurisdictions would be if a group of individuals of 500 individuals, the only thing left to law enforcement would be to have an equal or greater number of law enforcement officers in order to fight that contingent. And the answer to that is you're fucking insane if you think that's going to happen. That will never happen. So all the tools, tactics, etc., have been over the years intentionally removed from law enforcement so that they will predominantly be at a severe disadvantage in terms of a riot or an insurrection or disobedience, whatever it is that you wish to call it. And that is intentional.
Well, of course it is. One of the things, and I've had this argument with so many people because everybody talks about, how over the years, different aspects of policing have started to look like militarization. I'm like, you guys weren't paying attention because some of their gear may look fancier now, but they were a hell of a lot more militarized before. Because they may have fancier looking vehicles and they have thicker bulletproof vests now. But with the things they used to be allowed to carry versus the things they can today, they were actually a hell of a lot more militarized before, if that's the word you want to use. Just like you were just talking about with the 40 millimeter stun or pepper grenades. That we used to call those the crowd busters.
Yeah, we used to have ferret rounds that you'd be able to use in, say, hostage situations if you wanted to see if you could get a ferret round through glass, which, that would occasionally work well. But we never had FBI tanks, and we never had the ability to insert gas into, a building except the federal government. And that's a story for another time. But we did have, we had a good amount of training, and we had the support, and this is imperative, major difference now. We had the support of our agency. We had the support of our DA, and we had the support of our community. And without that highly important triumvirate, we're not succeeding. And that also is intentional.
Wait, so I want to fire up the Wayback Machine for a minute because does everybody remember? I think it was toward maybe the middle of Obama's first term or the beginning of his second term when they really started pushing the idea of just completely doing away with the police because
sure.
you know, but it was but the first thing they tried to do was get you to give up all your guns. That was the first thing that they really wanted to do. They wanted to take all the guns off the streets. And then when that didn't work, they started pushing the idea of defunding and removing the police. And the funny thing is, every time that argument ever came up, I kept saying, okay, so you're telling me I shouldn't have any fire extinguishers in my house because all I have to do is call the fire department? That's what you're telling me?
Sure.
And they never had an answer for that. And then it was always, well, you guys are the ones that don't want any taxes. So how are we supposed to pay for all this stuff anyway? I said, no, I never said there should be no taxation. I said federal taxation is completely wrong. There's always been the ability for local and state taxes. It's just there's never been until 1914 a direct mechanism for federal taxation. It's never been a thing before. And it's this vicious circle with these people because they keep acting like they don't need the cops until they need the cops. And then they're the first ones to call them when something goes sideways. And then they're mad because it takes them, 7 to 9 minutes to get there because there's half as many as there used to be because nobody wants to do the job anymore. I mean, I know people that I've talked to that were considering signing up here and they're like, I wouldn't even do the job here anymore because the entire dynamic has changed. As soon as you put that uniform on, they literally start thinking of you as a Nazi. And I don't know, I know when it changed. I just don't really know how we change it back, especially when right now the media should be telling everybody the truth of the reason we've had to send the National Guard into California is because the leadership there is failing to do their jobs. Instead of they're coming after our neighbors. These are people that are just trying to survive and go to work every day. Did they break into the country? Yes or no? Because if they broke into the country, the rest of it doesn't matter. Because if they broke in the country, they're not supposed to be here. So you're telling me if somebody broke into your house and just started living with you and eating up all your food and running up all your bills, you would be okay with that? Well, it's not the same thing. No, it's exactly the same thing. It's on a macro scale versus a micro scale, but it is exactly the same thing. And if your answer is not that I don't lock my doors anymore and I leave the doors open in my car with the keys in it, so if anybody needs it, they can use it, and anybody that wants to come into my house and crash on my couch can, then you're a hypocrite, period. Because that's what you're talking about.
I have another option here, and I hesitate to go into it, but it's your show.
Go ahead.
And I will. First, before the break, I have to apologize to you for extending the break when, if you need to tell me to go to a break and shut the hell up.
We don't do the bottom of the hour ones anymore, so you were fine. I just
Oh,
usually
okay.
do the tops.
All right. Because I try to be as amenable to a host as possible, as humanly possible, because that's all I am. I'm just a human. I'm going to speak out of turn again. I'm going to speak out of school. I'm going to tell people.
That is so unlike. I don't know what's going on with you tonight.
I know it's kind of weird, but it's in truth over the years, it's not weird, and I have any number of numerous stories to tell you about that. I always have believed in the probity of law enforcement, and there have been historic fuck ups over the years, certainly in my department, any other department. But I will speak out of turn because I've always been, no matter where, no matter what, a great advocate of the Second Amendment and personal defense on a personal, a family, and a community scale, etc. And speaking out of turn includes this. So do cops, let me ask you, I know you know the answer, comma, you sumbitch, I know it, but I'm going to pose it anyway. And that's this. Do cops Is there an obligation for cops to risk their lives in dangerous situations, like, for example, I don't know, the one in Uvalde?
Mhm.
Folks, what do you think? Weigh in.
I can give you my personal perspective, which is you took an oath, you better fucking follow it, but the Supreme Court says otherwise. So
Yes, and I have a number of cases that I would like to present and proffer to people here, and I would suggest you look them up. If for no other reason, then why would you trust a fat piece of crap like me? Which underscores what I'm going to be able to tell you. And the answer is no. Law enforcement is under essentially no obligation whatsoever to protect you. Now, I will give you the citations regarding that in just a moment. But bearing that in mind, it's another BZ if then equation. BZ, if that's true, then why is it that Democrats, leftists, globalists, anarchists, and the American media maggots and many courts have been saying, well, we need to remove all your gun rights as much as possible. So if the obligation does not exist, yet it is still maintained on a great scale with precedence that people take their oaths seriously and truly, then if they don't have to, as I'm going to illustrate to everybody, why is it simultaneously that the push is on to disarm you? So any logical, complete thinking human being must pose that question to themselves. And then let me go back if I can. There are a couple of court cases with regard to that. There was, let's see, there's a 1981 case out of DC, Warren versus District of Columbia, which says that cops have a general duty, a public duty, I should say, but they have no specific, I think the quote is, there is no specific legal duty which exists unless there is already some kind of what they call a special relationship between law enforcement, an officer, and an individual. Like, for example, custody, like corrections, that sort of thing. And then there was another decision in 1989 called DeShaney versus Winnebago County. And it said that social services in that instance, in that county, had no duty to protect a kid from his abusive father. And then that also went up to 2004 or 5, right around in there, Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, which said, okay, so a woman sued the police, excuse me, for failing to protect her after her husband violated a TRO, a temporary restraining order. And she was abducted, and the 3 children were killed in that. And the justices ruled that the police had no such duty. And I'm not done. Also, after the 11th Circuit decided that it was going to uphold, after the, I had the guy on my show, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Parkland High School shooting in Parkland, Florida. The 11th Circuit goes and upholds a lower court ruling that police could not be held liable for failing to protect students in that. I don't know. Geez, you're going to have to fact check me on this again. It was either a 2017 or a 2018 shooting again. So there are, to my knowledge, at least 4 major federal rulings and opinions indicating that police are not under a legal mandate to assist you, and to which you would likely respond with, well, then what's the point anyway? And then the other thing is that, at least in the state of California, always spell it with a K, and some other states, perhaps Oregon and Washington, summary. Oh God, now I can't even think of the proper term for this. Summary immunity has been removed from law enforcement. That is to say, if you are operating under what a reasonable police officer or peace officer would do in a similar situation, you have an immunity from prosecution, and then the situation would have to be above and beyond that to make you subject. So that those kind of immunities have already been removed from most of the police officers that are certainly in leftist urban rat cages as well. So the obligation doesn't really exist. You must take care of you. Your family must take care of you. Your community must take care of you. Now, does that mean that any number of police officers will not do their very level best to make sure that you're protected to every possible, with every fiber of their being, to protect you? And yes, the good ones will. But are they lawfully required to do that? And the sad answer, but the truthful answer is, and that's where I'm speaking out of school, is no.
See, and that's something that's always been hard.
Thank you. Qualified immunity.
Yeah, qualified immunity.
That's what I'm trying to say. And the other thing is about qualified immunity, why don't we remove qualified immunity from politicians? All of them.
I mean, if cops can't have it, politicians shouldn't.
Sure.
But all right, so I don't know if you've seen this yet, but I want to play this too. I didn't realize, dude, we're down to like 40 minutes. So yeah, I've still got a couple other clips I want to run through. This is an MSDNC reporter having a total meltdown in front of a Home Depot today. I think it was today. It was either today or yesterday. But here we go.
How unusual and how unprecedented the size and the scale and the scope of the immigration enforcement operations that took place in Los Angeles, starting with right here at this Home Depot in Cypress Park at 7 o'clock, 7:15, 7:30 on Friday morning, were and why they led to those protests. The big picture is Los Angeles is a so-called majority minority city and a majority minority state. There are more people of color that live in Los Angeles than white people at this point, and many of those people are undocumented. By some counts, 10% of the population of LA County, one of the largest counties, the largest county by population in the United States, is undocumented, maybe as many as 1 million people. Those people are our neighbors, our coworkers, our classmates, our friends, our parishioners, fellow parishioners in churches. They are part of the fabric of the city of Los Angeles. And not in the last many decades under Democratic nor Republican presidents, despite the fact that you had presidents with big deportation programs, Democratic and Republican, as you have so often reported, have we seen the type of immigration enforcement we saw play out on the streets of Los Angeles on Friday. And that struck fear into the heart of not just the undocumented community here, but of many U.S. citizen family members of undocumented people and many U.S. citizens who know those people, because that is removing people from this community who have been here, if not their entire life, virtually their entire lives. There are so many mixed status families that live in Los Angeles that might have an undocumented parent or relative and U.S. citizen child or cousin who, we've talked about this before. The family separation policy of the first Trump administration in 2018 was a deliberate ripping apart of parents and children at the border to separate those families and inflict pain on those families. But when I say mass deportation is family separation, when I say those signs that were held up on the floor of the Republican convention, as I talked to you from the floor of that convention, was a sign of what was to come and why that is also a form of family separation. It is family separation in the interior. It's taking parents away from their children, not at the border and not in detention centers, but at a Home Depot on a street corner or outside of a school
Okay, so there's more, but I want to stop there for a second because I feel like we need to stop for a second. So I would like to point out that this guy is pointing out that at least 10% of LA County is likely undocumented, which is upwards of 1 million people. Then
it's more.
Then it seems to me, even taking that number, that maybe you guys should be lobbying, Mayor Bass and Mayor Fishface and Governor Hairgel to start allowing people to be, detained and handed over to ICE. so we don't have all of this having to happen in the streets, because these people are here illegally. I don't care about their mixed status. I don't care how many illegals are, but here's the other thing. And I saw this earlier today and I thought I bookmarked it, but now I can't find it. There was a Congress critter at a state level who basically just admitted that they're an illegal alien. How the hell did they even qualify for state office if they were here illegally? These are the things that are so broken that I don't even know how we fix them anymore. There used to be a time when you told Americans, hey, we've got 1 million people in this country that are in this one area that we know of that are here illegally and have broken the law to get here. And everybody would have said, get them out. And guess what? Most of America is. But again, Governor Hairgel and Mayor Fishface are all over on the wrong side of what is now a 60-40 issue, because 60% of Americans are saying, get them out. 40% are not. And those are CNN numbers. You go to other polling places, it's an 80-20 issue. 20% of people are like, oh no, let them stay. 80% are get them the fuck out of here. I'm going to go back to the tape because I want to let it finish, but I just had to say something because first of all, when did Rachel Maddow get a twin? That's my first question.
Oh, nice.
And if you think I'm wrong, hang on. Let me make BZ and me go away, because Maddow's on the frame too. Look, it's like she's got a twin brother. Look at that. That's insane.
And to that I go.
All right, back to the tape so we can finish it up.
At a workplace in the fashion district where they might be working in a factory. It's a different form of family separation, and it's exactly the intent of this administration, modeled after, Nicole, Dwight D. Eisenhower's 1954 operation with a name so racist, I'm not going to say it here to you right now, but that resulted in 1 million Mexicans and some Mexican Americans being sent to Mexico in the wake of the Bracero program, coming here legally in the 1950s. That's what the Trump administration is modeling this program after. That's their stated goal. They've talked about it. And so now we're seeing it effectuated on the streets of the largest county in America, second largest city in America, with the largest undocumented population in America, where those people interact. I say those people, we all interact on a daily basis here. And it has terrified so many people, which is why you saw people before the protests turned violent. And there was certainly violence associated with those protests before the protests turned violent. A largely peaceful protest, too, actually, that converged in front of the Metropolitan Detention Center, where so many of those people were picked up by ICE at locations like this, in order to say this is not acceptable to the people of Los Angeles. The undocumented people, the documented people, everyone who knows how important that community is to the fabric of this one, Nicole.
Nobody else understands how important that community really is, but shut the fuck up. Sorry. And I love how he's like, and this is impacting the documented people too. No, not really. Not unless they've got something else that's, out of sorts. Because if they're here as a documented entry, as long as their status is valid, they don't have a problem. So all of this, again, I asked this question on X today. And I'm just going to postulate this again. How much differently do you think the scenario would be going if a bunch of Americans were down in, the city center of Mexico, lighting Mexican flags on fire and throwing bricks and rocks at police officers and shooting off commercial grade fireworks at them, etc.? How much differently do you think this situation would be going if it was the shoe was completely on the other foot? We would have been put under the jail, I would wager.
I go back to where you originally stopped that video. I speak leftist, so please, I'll translate. What that guy means is we have the numbers. And if we have another BZ if-then equation, if we have the numbers, then that means we have carte blanche to do any fucking thing we want. And that is also, I should care to point out, the difference between a democracy, and a republic. And a democracy is, well, we have the numbers and we'll do whatever the hell we want. And a republic is, yeah, but you seem to have forgotten about all what you call the flyover states? And don't they have rights too? And there's got to be a way for us to kind of provide a balance throughout all of that. And these people are acting just like Islam wants to act in the United States of America. When we become predominant, we will rule you. And when illegal invaders become predominant, they're in the process of ruling us now. They're trying to tell us that we must do what they say because they can take over a town, illegal or not, absolutely immaterial. You talked about people that got into and ensconced in certain places. Well, in parts of California, certainly in San Francisco, you don't have to be a citizen to vote in local elections. That's exactly what they want in state and national elections. I've been saying for decades, mark my words, folks, demography is prophecy. And once a certain number of people get to primacy, what they will do is they will grind your ass into ash. That's exactly what Islam wants and what they would do if they were prime right here in the United States. And it's true for what this fuckstick said. In other words, we have the numbers, so you need to be dancing to our tune. This is our city. Illegal or not, we have the numbers. And to that, I say with a smile on my lips, and I mean this most sincerely, that is really what I think. And by the way, which one is pink? Fuck you.
Well, as far as Islam, if given the opportunity, that is what Islam will do. All you really need to do is look at Spain, because for a long time Spain was ruled by Islam. Just saying, history doesn't rhyme, but it does repeat itself. All right, so we've got another clip to try to get through before the end of the show. This one, there's a follow up to this one, but I want to play this first.
64187. Right there. That's attempted murder.
Yep. Well, guess what? They found him. They know who he is.
Excellent.
So the infamous LA rioter filmed throwing rocks through ice windshields has been identified. This is from Banshee over at Red State. And let me go ahead and take that off the screen because people are like, when you scroll through that stuff as quick as you do, you forget we're reading it too, and it makes us feel nauseous. Anyway, so while the violence keeps escalating in Los Angeles, one rioter came to epitomize the chaos early on. Until now, he hadn't been identified, but according to Attorney General Pam Bondi, that has just changed. For those unfamiliar with the viral video that sparked this manhunt, it shows an assailant in a motorcycle helmet throwing rocks into the windshields of ICE vehicles. One agent was injured during the attack, which occurred on Saturday morning. Astonishingly, some of the press tried to paint the attacker as a sympathetic hero, describing him as a demonstrator and implying that placing him on the FBI most wanted list was an unfair escalation. And here's a clip from Pam Bondi herself addressing this situation. Except I just hit the wrong button, so hang on just a second. I was trying to do something else and I hit the wrong button.
The federal officer had injured his hand. He was wearing a mask. The FBI has identified him. Bill Isaly, our incredible U.S. attorney out there working with ATF, DEA, and the FBI have been doing a remarkable job. That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house as we speak. And he has been identified. See his face. He is going to be on, his name is Reyes. He is going to be on the most wanted list. You have broken the news. His face is out there right now. That's him. He has been identified by great police work by the FBI. So you can run. You can't hide. We are coming after you federally. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you.
Okay, I want to be very clear. You said a lot there, Pam. There's a lot.
Okay, I can handle a lot. Hannity's voice is no longer really one of them, so we're going to cut that short. But anyway, so yeah, no, I'm sorry. Ever since the governor, Sean Hannity and I have had a parting of the ways. but and all I'm still happy for all of his success, etc. But anyway, yeah, the one thing that I will say, because I know a lot of people are complaining because they don't feel like, in a lot of ways Trump seemed, and this is coming from one of the work groups that I'm in, and I'm gonna not mention any names, but they were pointing out that as far as they're concerned, they're starting to feel like Trump has a lot more bark than bite. That may be true, but he's put some people around him that are all about doing the biting for him. Bondi, I know a lot of people have been unhappy with her with the Epstein files. I happen to be one of those folks, but I also understand how difficult it is to correlate things, especially when you're finding out that there's thousands of pieces of information that you weren't provided after all. So we'll have to give that some time. But finding out that this man has now become the latest contestant on the newest game in America, Fuck Around and Find Out, has made me very, very happy because he fucked around and now he's about to find out because everybody's coming to get him.
Well, it's all about who gets the venue of that. If you were now under that occurred, I can only assume, but I don't know for a fact, but I'm guessing that it occurred in the city and county of Los Angeles. Now, in the prior administration, that would have been Gascon, and he would not have prosecuted that person. So you're no better than your prosecutorial ability in whatever domain you occupy at the time that a crime occurs. Now, the guy that replaced him, Nathan Hochman, who's the new LA district attorney, I hear he's better than Gascon, but that's about all I know about that guy. And I'm only going to assume that this guy will be prosecuted, and he will be prosecuted federally. I forget because I don't know my USCs like I used to. I don't know the applicable US code, but had that occurred under my district attorney at the time, that they would have gone for 664-187, which is attempted murder on that individual. And then they would have taken him to court. And once he was arrested, any murder, manslaughter charge from the bail schedule when I was operating back then, all of those things were no bail, automatic no bail. You didn't call, you didn't whine, you didn't call for a judge, you didn't do anything like that. That ability to levy bond was not up to a judge or anyone else. The bail schedule said at that time, no bail under these situations, period, end of statement. Now, which district decides to take that? I'm guessing that it's going to be the Western District. I don't know my districts like I should, but if they decide that they're going to take this federally, I have a much greater confidence in the prosecutorial acumen of somebody like that rather than local, like Hochman. I don't know what kind of a guy he is. I can only assume he's a lot better than Gascon.
Well, I guess if they're the ones that pick up the mantle, we'll definitely find out one way or the other. All right. So, surprising no one, the New York Slimes has gone full North Korea style on this coverage of LA. Got a clip about that, too, it looks like from our friends over at Fox News.
So we were covering this live on the Big Weekend show last night, watching these pictures, these aerial images that were disgusting to watch. And it was breathtaking, frankly, to see virtually every Democrat in the country come out and say, this is mostly peaceful or just straight up peaceful. And the rioting is the fault of Donald Trump and ICE. It is so insulting. And you mentioned the fact that they were burning American flags while waving foreign flags. I've seen some people on the left on social media sort of tepidly saying, that isn't helpful. That's not a great look or optics. We shouldn't really be doing it that way. No, I think they should exactly do it that way because it's honest. The people who are burning things, the people who are burning our flag, the people who are assaulting our federal officers, that is exactly the look that they're going for because it's what they believe. This is not a PR problem for them. It is a problem for the United States of America. And if the Democrats think that they're going to win this dispute and this debate by blaming all of this on Donald Trump or federal law enforcement, I think that they are deeply deluded.
And they're still.
And so hang on, I want to back this up for just a second to not really. So maybe this spot, how much of this stuff going on right here looks peaceful to you guys? I mean, I know, we live out in the country, or I do anyway. So I love a good campfire. I don't think that's what's going on here. I love the whole mostly peaceful aspect of this. And this is what the New York Slimes has leaned into, is all of the major outlets reporting, and I think I even saw Tater talking about, I have friends that have been texting me that are in the area, and they say 99% of them are just going about their daily lives. I'm like, yeah, you're full of shit. Dater, you're full of shit. I think the thing that has me the most flabbergasted about all of this is 5 minutes ago, everybody in the media was like, if you'll just trust us, we won't lie to you anymore. We know we got caught lying about Biden. We're trying to convince you that we didn't do it, but if you'll just believe us, we'll stop lying to you. And then this happens, and now they're all back to lying again. It's fun. It's fun. I realize it's human nature, but still. If they were being honest about everything that Donald Trump has been doing, everything that Donald Trump is doing, and what is actually going on, and the reasons why we are so heavily going after these people in the fashions that we're going after them, Donald Trump would probably have anywhere between a 65 to an 85% approval rating. Because think about this. He is still overall well above water with anywhere between a 94 to 97% negative coverage rating, depending on where you're looking at. By the way, I haven't said anything yet, but I do want to thank the over 600 of you that are hanging out with us right now. So
cool. Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, we got a full house tonight, man. It's been a show. It's been a show that needs to happen. Because I don't feel like, even in some cases, I don't feel like some of the right-leaning folks are giving this enough coverage, because I remember when like the Rodney King riots were happening and the OJ thing was, it was wall to wall everywhere, dude. And everybody was like, we just don't want to cover it. I'm like, dude, you're watching people basically threatening to take over our country.
Well, as I said before, everything is proportional and relative and requires perspective. And the thing to take into account regarding this, which is why it's not a huge thing in New York, and New York, apparently, from what I see, has a semblance of a handle on this. And my understanding is, I guess some of this shit popped off in Atlanta as well, I hear. But the thing we have to keep in mind is what I mentioned earlier. The second largest city of Mexicans, besides Mexico City being numero uno, is Los Angeles. But the perspective of that, what that means is keeping it within your sights, is people feel enabled and even to a degree obligated to support that mindset right now, and that leftists, Mexicans, illegal invaders, by dint of their being there and their numerical superiority, have been given carte blanche to do essentially whatever it is that they want, because it's been proven quite conclusively that law enforcement has no real way of getting a super handle on this. And it's not quite dark over here on the far left coast right now, because it's not even 7:45 yet, and the sun is going to be up for at least another hour. It's going to be interesting to see what happens tonight in Los Angeles. But the people here, this is not, I think what we have to keep in perspective is, this is what happens in California. This is what happens when you're in the tank for illegal invaders. This is what you get for being a mother and being an enabler of your husband abusing the shit out of your child, because you're scared. You don't want things to change, and you have to go along to get along. And that's what a lot of people, including a lot of Caucasoids down in Southern California, feel, that they have to go along to get along. But this is local. It's a local gene pool. It's a local fucked up pool. It's a local Mexican pool. And we do have to keep it kind of in perspective that this is not going to happen all across the nation, at least as far as I can tell, not yet. But that's certainly not up to me. And Rick, what do you think? Is this going to blow up? Is this going to go like George Floyd?
I don't know if it will this time. They're going to try. They're going to do their damnedest. I mean, that's actually the last angle that we were going to cover, because there's actually some funding groups behind this, which is why you're seeing the the neatly well printed signs and stuff. And for a minute, that stuff had kind of dried up, and everybody thought it was going to completely go away because we were starting to drain all the leftist cookie jar swampage. But apparently there's still some. So, and you guys may or may not have heard of some of these people. One of them is called Shirla. It's CHIRLA. The executive director of that group, Angelica Sales, publicly called for mass action against ICE during a press event that preceded a sharp rise in unrest and confrontations. In the same period, that same group saw a significant boost in public funding, pulling in $34 million in government grants by the end of June of 2023, mainly from California state sources. So according to Data Republican, Chirla and the Party of Socialism and Liberation are among the NGOs involved in the current unrest. Both organizations have a history of ongoing protest targeting none other than President Donald John Trump.
Well, see, that's what you mentioned also again, NGOs. We know that NGOs are definitely aligned with USAID and leftists. So again, all of this is a massive dovetailing of these things that are insidious and so interwoven as to almost be unlockable. We want to pull this crap apart. How do we do it? That's always the crucial problem, because it's always going to get worse before it gets better. Have we hit the bottom in terms of law enforcement being screwed over? And the answer is no, of course not.
No, I wish I could say we had, but we haven't.
So, when do we hit bottom on this? And what does bottom look like? And then when will we know when things are looking up? Now, I submit that on some levels, things are beginning to look up, because people are beginning to establish at least a foothold, a toehold, maybe a nail hold in terms of pushback. But how effective will this be? So all is not lost. It doesn't look good now, but a great deal of it will have to do with our response, which is why, again, if you can take OMB off the playing field and somehow neutralize him, then the rest of this stuff will tend to crumble. That is to say, the pushback, the laws. I mean, this is national. Oh God, I'm not sure I even know the word. This is national violence writ large. And how does it stop? When does it stop? And by whom will it stop?
Thanks for hanging out with us, MD. I wish I knew the answer. And honestly, I think because a lot of people have been, asking the question of, Donald Trump kind of got on the whole National Guard thing and deploying troops really early. I think it was because he was listening to some of the wrong voices again when all of this stuff started popping off in 2020, because everybody remembers the summer of love of 2020. And I think everybody was telling him, you just got to, this stuff won't last that long. You just got to let it play out, blah, blah, blah. And then we wound up with, the first secession since the Civil War in Seattle, which nobody talks about anymore, by the way. It's funny because, it's always the Republicans that are the evil people, but there were actually a group of people that seceded from the entire country for, what was it, 28 days?
Yeah, the Chaz zone.
Yeah, they were just, we don't recognize your authority anymore. This is our piece of land. Okay, fine, sure, whatever. But yeah, no. So I think that's part of the reason why he stepped in as quickly as he did this time, because I think he saw the opportunity of it possibly spinning out of control. Now, since he has stepped in this quickly, I don't know if it will this time. I will say that, again, I have friends in local law enforcement around here that are keeping an eye out for the brick ferry to show up, because the second they know those start dropping, they know they're about to be in trouble. And they are on high alert looking for it, because I don't know if it was the Floyd riot or the last one, but there was actually one that popped off in Oklahoma City and nobody expected it to. In Oklahoma City.
Yeah. But see, that's endemic of what it is that I've been saying, and you have been making those prognostications and warnings as well, is if you think that you're happy and wrapped in your nice wool blanket and warm and everything is doing well in whatever city it is that you live in, you're not aware of a lot of the stuff and the underlying subtext and the really strong currents that are going on in your community and in your state. Because mark my words, there are leftists everywhere who want to take their philosophies and leave the trash and the crap and bring those with them to other places like in Idaho. That would be Boise, Idaho, which is beginning to turn purple. Some people say, oh, not quite exactly purple because there is some pushback that's going on. Well, that would be correct. But if you live in the perfect idyllic community, then you need to start beginning to pay more attention to what's happening right now. And the other thing that my first inclination, and I may pop off in this fashion on my show tomorrow night, is, are you saying that you want Civil War II, what I quantify as CW2? And at first blush, I think, how much longer are we as a nation going to take this shit? We've taken it quite as far as I think we possibly can, but I'm not sure. It could even get worse potentially on any number of levels. But we started a revolution over something much less. Historically, we are a very tolerant, patient, and for a time, I said we are a good nation. We are a nation of good people. We are a nation of givers and workers and people who want to help their friends and help their neighbors. And it was because of that sort of base motivation that in many instances we were taken advantage of. It's like the gypsies walking up, knocking on your door and saying, hey, can we redo your driveway? And all they do is pour oil on it, and then they take you for $450. You can only be that stupid for a period of time before things turn upside down. And I've gone from we're a good nation, maybe a little naive, to the fact that I believe we've already reached the transitional point of we're a stupid nation. We're not educating properly. We're not training properly. Maybe that's coming around. Maybe that's in our future. There is some hope. There's micro hope. There are trades hopes. There's Gen Z getting out and working hopes. So it's not all bad. There are some good things that are occurring. But now, as before, when we were naive and bad things happened to us, it sadly moved in a direction where I think too many people are just stupid. They're not just naive, they're arrogant and they're stupid and they're ill-educated. And that makes for a really, really bad combination for this country.
Yeah, I would say that unfortunately I think things are going to get worse before they get better.
They will.
One of the things, and I want to back up for a second to the show that I did with you, I think it was last Thursday, I think.
Yep, exactly.
One of the things that gave me hope was hearing your guest talk about, the future of education with AI and the things that could actually be done with it.
Yeah, Mike Fitzpatrick, really smart dude.
So yeah, I think we might have a chance, but I do think, again, part of the reason why things are as bad as they are right now, and this is something that this is a drum that I've been beating for a while, is our education system sucks, but our education system sucks by design because they wanted us smart enough to be able to run machinery, but not smart enough to ask questions when bad shit started happening. And I think some of us have finally woken up enough to realize, hey, this isn't what we signed up for. And part of it, I think the reason there is so much of this going on, the reason that there is, I mean, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, we are in the middle of a cold civil war, verging on
Yeah.
on a hot civil war. And we have been for a while. And I think part of what happened is one side overplayed their hand really, really sharply with COVID. And a lot of people started getting peeks behind the curtains at all the different things that they didn't like about the government overreach and you tell me that. I mean, think about this from another perspective? Because this is coming from a parent of a kid who used to love to skip school. And we tried to teach him a lesson about it. And then they tried to put us on the hook for it. I'm like, he's the one skipping school. Why am I the one getting in trouble for it? But So you go from that to, cities saying, well, you can go to jail if your kid doesn't go to school, to, oh, your kid doesn't really need to go to school because we're trying to keep everybody from getting this pesky virus. And then you got the parents, peeking over their kid's shoulder on the laptop going, they're teaching you what now?
Yeah,
Or-
Wuhan 19 was incredibly revelatory. And
In so many different-
concurrently, I believe this is going on as well. This is an issue in any number of leftist states. It may be an issue in Oklahoma, Rick. You're probably going to have to tell me about that. But there are wide-ranging pushes to make sure that homeschooling is eliminated. And certainly in California, we spell it with a K, they're coming across with rules and laws and regulations where you have to do monthly reports, to the point where, and this is the point, that parents faced with this kind of bureaucracy
just put their kids back in school again.
Are saying, why am I knocking my head against a wall when they're making it almost impossible for me to do what I want to do with my child / and or they'll take it away, and have done so in various other states, up to and including California, always spell it with a K. So the goal also is to make sure that homeschooling, no, you got to go in government schools. That's it.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what they want. I mean, we don't have much time to go into it, but I've talked about it over and over again on my daily show, which kicks off again starting tomorrow. The Rockefellers did all kinds of altruistic things to redesign how our education system works after they funded a bunch of studies to figure out exactly how long it takes to indoctrinate people, because they wanted people smart enough to work machinery, but not much else. All right, believe it or not, my friend, we are pretty much officially out of time.
Thank you, sir.
Where can folks find you?
I am BZ, the bloviating Zeppelin, the bulbous one. And I'm on Tuesday and Thursday nights at shrmedia.com. I'm losing my voice. In BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. I am on X at BZ's Saloon, Tuesday and Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, and 11 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, sir, for letting me be here tonight.
You are more than welcome, my friend. We've been trying to have you on one of these shows for forever, and I haven't been able to figure out how to make it work until now. But, folks, I want to take a moment and say thank you to the 630 of you that have been hanging out with us tonight. Wherever you're finding the show, make sure you are following, subscribing, whatever the case may be. Hang out here. We are going to switch gears and head over to the SHR Media Land for the Edge of Liberty. I realize I usually do something different on my outro, so let me fix that. Something special for Sean, so let's get that queued up. All right, we're going to head over there next. You guys hang out with us. No changing of the feeds, none of the above. Just hang out, and we'll switch over to it as soon as it goes live. My name's Rick Robinson. I am the programming director here at KLRMradio.com. If you want to check out any of our other programs, make sure you go to KLRMradio.com/schedule. We're out. Bye, everybody. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my
laughs, and the kind of accent that turns car into a two-syllable adventure. Here's your host, Sean.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the Agility right here on the SHR Media Network. Woof. Chat room blowing up already. Lost Wanderer. Canadian Heavy Haul, good evening, sir. He's already 3 rides in, so he's ready to light the candle. Sure he is ready. BZ's in the chat room. If you want to get in the chat room, you go to YouTube is the best place to do it. If you go to YouTube, search up SHR Media, you'll see that little guy right there. Usually has a little red band around it, shows we're live. You can click on it, you can like, follow, subscribe, and jump into the chat, live chat, where we can see you, share you, and you can engage with the other listeners. Tonight we're being broadcast on X, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Rumble, and of course, simulcast with our good friends over at KLRN. Ricky Robinson, who had a good show tonight, caught some of it while I was prepping. Jersey Joe, another great show tonight. If you can catch that, you can catch the replay on SHR Media's YouTube. Let's get into it. This isn't gonna be my usual kind of snark. It's gonna be snarky on some level, but it's not gonna be my usual snarky show. And why? Because that's right, I shaved. Everyone's jumping all over the fact that I shaved. There was no lucky lady. I had to do a little minor face surgery on myself, and I had to do that and shave it. So here we are. Right now in America, we're seeing what we've seen the Democrats do before, which is create crisis. It is the only way. Hey, Odie's in the chat. I'm getting everybody tonight. Phantom's in the chat room. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. So the Democrats, I posted this a couple days ago, and I kind of wrote this out when I saw these protests start again. This is their calling card. Whenever they're politically in trouble or running for office, all of a sudden, you start to see riots, right? Sorry, protests, but they're riots. And how does this happen? And tonight I'm going to discuss the Democrats' playbook when it comes to protests. I'm going to discuss some of the funding, how this is not organic whatsoever. I'm going to discuss Title 10 a little bit, which is what gives Trump the authority to send the military into LA and what they're actually doing there. And we'll discuss the money that's behind this, the donors who have notoriously donated to these groups, and then who some of these groups have ties to. So let's get into it. The way I see it, there's 4 steps that the Democrats use these riots to try to obtain power. First, they encourage the riot, and they don't call for the protests directly. But over the last 2 months specifically, you're starting to hear more and more backlash against the deportations, ICE, right? We saw the Maryland dad, yada, yada, yada. They had their focus. And why are they focused on that? Well, the answer is simple. They were happy that Joe put 20 million illegals into the country. That was what they wanted. Why? Because they wanted to change the districting and the voting setups all over the country. You saw just last month or a couple weeks ago, even California is trying to pass a state law that will allow illegals to vote in state elections. That is called a precedence they are trying to set. It is important that these deportations do not go for Democrats. It is important that these illegal remain in the country for Democrats. Why? It spells power for them. So they encourage it. Back in 21, you heard words from Maxine Waters like, we got to stay on the streets and we've got to get more active. We got to get more confrontational. You've also had Baltimore in 2025, a congressman say, this will be a congressional fight, a constitutional fight, a legal fight, and on the days like this, a street fight. So they don't say the words riot or protest. They just drop little hints. The leaders just get into it a little bit. And then they know that their groups, these nonprofits, all of these people that funding are going to pick up the mantle and run. Step number 2 that they do, they criticize any response. Once things get out of control, no matter what the response is, either too much or too little or just right, they're going to criticize it, run to the news media, and of course, mainstream media is going to carry their water and say, this is wrong because X, Y, and Z. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, the police response was over militarized. The National Guard deployment's authoritarian. Federal charges, that's racist and targeting, right? They will do whatever they can to destroy the response. Now, remember, back when Trump was first elected, or back at the end of the Biden administration, Gavin Newsom was begging for the National Guard to go to the border. But now, the National Guard, who, by the way, have been deployed with the Marines to protect federal buildings only. That's the other thing that the mainstream media does not want to talk about. They're not following the rioters around and directly confrontational. No, they are protecting federal infrastructures and protecting ICE buildings, federal courthouse, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is their job. That is why they're there. Step number 3 is divide and isolate. If you're not with us, you're against us, which is their main tactic, right? They want to pin everybody on one side of the aisle or the other. This is their playbook. We saw it in the Summer of Love. We saw it the George Floyd riots. We saw it all the way back into the Obama administration with the Trayvon Martin shooting. It's us against them. And also the professor there, the beer summit, yada, yada, yada. They want that. You're either an anti-racist or you're part of the problem. You have to push back and be oppressed, yada, yada, yada. And this gets people's energy going. This gets the fires lit. This gets people, wow, the government must hate us because that white person who says they really love brown people and is elected told me so. They use social media. They use people like Harry Sisson and other so-called influencers to push these narratives. This is part 3 of their agenda. And part 4 is they become the savior, the great white savior, as I like to call it. After the fire is set and the country's torn apart, suddenly they have solutions. Suddenly they feel your pain. They know that if you vote for them, the Democrats, they can fix all that ails you. And they're going to do it no matter what. They're there for the little people. That's what they say. That's the 4 steps to cause riots, to get riots going, and how to use riots for political power. Now, do you recall before the Obama administration, regular vicious protests like the ones we're seeing now, like the one we saw in Summer of Love, the George Floyd riots, the BLM riots, all the way back to Trayvon Martin? Do you remember outrage in the streets like this? The answer is no. I mean, yeah, you had 92 in LA, which will come up again later. You've had some small protests and riots, but not on the scale that you're seeing now, not as organized as you're seeing now, because professional agitators now are called organizers. That's what they're called. Hey, Mike's in the chat room. Thanks, Mike. They're called organizers. And as we get into it tonight, you're going to see how much money, how much they're organized, how many hands are in the pot working together. And you better believe all of these people have the ears of Democratic leadership and vice versa. So we already have the three steps, sorry. They've imported all the illegals. Why? For voting purposes. They now lost the election. It didn't work for them. So they now have to go to step 2 because Trump is starting to deport. They have to keep these people here. So they get into the riots. So let's look at the riots. So far, as of a few hours ago, we've had 60 arrested. Should have been more. LAPD and DHS both confirm that outside agitators are playing a role. You had the Mexican president encouraging these in a speech today, Scheinbaum. Today or yesterday, either way. You've also had 14 police officers injured, 1 in critical condition. Have you heard that anywhere? Have you heard about that critical condition police officer? Because during January 6th, that's all you heard about is how police officers got injured, and they shouldn't have been. I've said that before. It's horrible. Mission Ready Men's in the chat. But now all of a sudden, they don't want to talk about the cops who get hurt. You have people like Kamala Harris who says these are cries for help, not crimes. Mayor Karen Bass, we won't let the federal aggression define our city. Listen to the speech that they use. Listen to the words that they use. Right? We will not let federal aggression define our city. It's not federal aggression when they're protecting federal installations. If you, your pissant police chief, and the pissant sheriff of LA County actually got out ahead of this, it would have been shut down well before the National Guard had to get called in. But you didn't. Why? Because you were so underwater, even in Democratic districts, that you needed a win. You needed a win. Jersey Joe says, in fact, Democrat leaders even said today no one in law enforcement were hurt, which is hysterical, not because the cop got hurt, that they would lie so bald-faced, because there's images all over social media. They even talked about how one LA County sheriff officer was in a Mexican restaurant getting treatment for, he was bleeding from the face where he got hit with a rock. They showed that, right? Because it was a Mexican restaurant. So immediately, having covered these for years, I said, okay, let's follow the money. That's what you do in these situations. That's how it goes. So first I go to Data Republican. If you do not follow Data Republican on social media, you need to. Data Republican, she's unbelievable. Where is it? There it is. So this post she posted a few hours ago today. Neville Singham funded pro-Palestinian campus protests now tied to the anti-ICE riots. The LA riots were part of a series of nationwide protests organized by Communist Party for Socialism and Liberation, taking place on June 7th and June 8th. Several days ago, Neville Singham was identified as the main backer behind the PSL. The PSL printed signage and spokespeople not only for the LA riots, but also for San Antonio and other cities. I'll document Neville Singham's involvement below. The other cities we'll talk about a little later because there's more protests coming up this weekend. Neville Singham is not a nice guy. He's an American businessman and social activist. He's the founder of ThoughtWorks, an IT consulting company that provides custom software tools and consulting services worth about $785 million. He also started a consulting business with partners who are active in propaganda apparatus of the Chinese Communist Party, who co-own a company with municipal governments that promote anti-poverty policies, i.e. socialism. He's a socialist and supportive of Maoism. According to the New York Times, Singham has provided significant funding for media outlets, organizations, and politicians around the world to promote pro-Chinese propaganda. His wife is also, from what I understand, one of the leaders of Code Pink. You remember that group? So We now have one of the funders, but it's not the only one. Have you heard of a group? I'm going to pull them up right here. And I know Ricky talked about this earlier, but it's important. It's called Churla. Who We Are. Let's look at their little Who We Are page. If it would add to stream. Thank you. Pull me up there. There we go. Now it's playing nice. Churla's mission is to achieve a just society fully inclusive of immigrants. I'll say that again. Fully inclusive of immigrants. Now, everybody in the chat room, everybody in podcast land, everybody who watches this show will agree that I, too, am inclusive with legal immigrants. That is not what Churla is all about. Open borders, long and short, is what they're all about. For more than 35 years, the Coalition for Human Immigrant Rights, that's Churla, has empowered immigrants to push policies that promote freedom of movement, full human rights, and vigorous civic actions that strengthen this democracy. Again, remember, leftist socialists don't call it a republic. They try to gaslight you into calling it a democracy, so they think it's one man and one vote and not a representative government that we have. They started in 86, yada, yada, yada. So that's one of the big players in there. And Churla's got a lot of money. Somewhere here, I have in all of my notes, they have, I think it's something like 65 million I have for Churla. So that's just this group. And it's funny because Churla's not a group I'd really heard of before. It's just not a group until recently that I've never heard of before. So for them to have that much money, and maybe I'm just living under a rock, but for them to have that much money and be so quiet about who they are, it's frightening. Another group that was involved in this specific LA riot set is Union del Barrio. I have their website too. You might note something a little noteworthy about the appearance of this website. Oops, share this tab. There we go. Union del Barrio. They hold an ideological ties to La Raza, the Chicano movement in the 70s. They say movement. They were also known as a terrorist organization by some. La Raza was not a group of nice people. If you ever listen to old sackheads, Danny Butcher used to come on the air, and Danny Butcher covered La Raza for a long time, and he explained how horrible La Raza was. There's no group named La Raza today. Officially, they don't have a website or an organization like these people do. So it's fair to assume that because these Union del Barrio has ideological ties to La Raza, that this is now the new La Raza, the public face of La Raza, if you will. Let's move on to another group that's funding all of this, because it's not just two, it's not just three, it's not just the socialists and the communists. No, the Ruckus Society. Who's the Ruckus Society? The Ruckus Society, according to them, specialize in direct action and protest training. There's your organizational arm of this army, if you will. This is the organization. This is the logistics wing. This is the organization wing. This is everything. And the Ruckus Society has been around. If you look into them, the Ruckus Society has been around. Also, another one that pops up, the Never Again Action Committee, Jewish-led anti-ICE group with a history of blockades and stunts. According to everything I could find, each of these groups receive indirect support and grant-based nonprofit funding networks. In some cases, they're listed as the specific nonprofit. So in other words, this is where the money goes. And who's sending the money? Well, we talked to the one guy earlier, Songam, whatever the hell his name was, right? The guy who was in charge, the Data Republican was talking about, Navel Singham. But here's another list who are people that we might want to look at. And this is all money that are going to organizations like Working Families Party, Maurice Mitchell, These are all the WFP, the Working Family Party. Anna Maria Archila is the co-founder. Maurice Mitchell's the national director. If you look at this web, hold on, because I got a slide for this, believe it or not. I've been working on this for a while. Let's see if this will play for me. Oh, look at that, it did. I can technology some days. These are all the groups, or these are the two main activist organizations that are funding all of these groups. Churla, Union, the Ruckus, and Never Again. You have Tides Advocacy and the People's Resource. That's how the money's going. This is, and Rutgers University. No, Ruckus, not Rutgers. Ruckus. It's a very different word the way I say it. So you can see where the money starts and where it starts to flow down. And you might ask yourself, who's the Tides Advocacy? Tides Advocacy Fund. I actually had this up earlier and I closed it, so you're going to give me another second. Yes, here they are. The Tides Advocacy Fund, another interesting group based out of San Francisco. There's some meme here, yeah. Oh, I know. Hold on, BZ, don't get ahead of me. I got a whole list of names and other foundations that I want to get to. But Tides Advocacy and the People's Resource are the two biggest one. Dismantling inequities and creating a just society. That is what Tides Advocacy is all about, according to them. Democracy, civil engagement, equality and human rights, health and the environment, shared prosperity. There's, once again, shared prosperity. Socialism. They're about socialism. So, do we see a regular trend going on here? This isn't the Mexican illegal immigrants who are formulating these protests. These are communist social groups that know not getting rid of these illegal immigrants in our country will destroy our nation. It will destroy our economy. It'll destroy how we vote. It'll move more towards a one world government and open borders and socialism and all the things that we as a nation stand against. So when you're standing up against these protests, you're not standing up against just the illegals, who, by the way, are just pawns in this. Make no mistake about it. Those people are pawns in a bigger scheme with groups like the Tides. The other group that I was talking about was People's Resources. Haha. And yeah, I'm pulling it up right now, so give me a second. Well, at least I thought it was. I thought I was being smart, and I thought I had all my tabs open, and here we are. People's Resource Center. Let's look at their little website, shall we? This looks nice. They want to help. You see them with the food bag there, and they're all about putting food in people. Back to school supplies, right? It all looks lovely. Down here, food pantries, computer training, social services, job assistance. Hey, this sounds like a nice organization. All of their front looks like, hey, this is just a decent nonprofit. But they're the ones who are flooding money into these other groups quietly. They don't want you to know what they're about. Some other top funders over the last 10 years that are still around today and could and very well have money in these riots. Open Society Foundations, they're worth $81 million. Tides Foundation, $54 million, as we talked about. Crankstart, $31 million. 1630 Fund, $26 million. Ford Foundation, $22 million. Amalgamated Charitable Foundations, $18 million. New Venture Fund, $15 million. Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, $13 million. Hopewell Fund, $11 million. Arbeller Advisors, $10 million. And then you start looking at some of the individual names. And of course, you have Soros and the usual group of mongers who absolutely despise this country. So, in the first 24 minutes of this show, I've explained to you why the riots are important. I've explained to you how they're funded, how they're organized, right? And I'm going to start giving you some evidence of the organization after the break because it folks, I'll tell you right now, if I needed a pallet of bricks delivered to my house, it would take me probably 2 months and a ton of begging to make it happen. Right? Just a single pallets of bricks at Home Depot. But in this completely organic, completely grassroots movement, bricks started showing up everywhere yet again. Many of these are subsidiaries of, according to Mission Ready Men, Arbella Advisors. And I don't know, I thought about this and I haven't looked it up, if Arbella Advisors is a part of Arbella Mutual Insurance or if it's just a different group. How have I verified all of these companies as nonprofits as having donated to all of these different funds and all of these different riots? Easily find, you can look up their IRS Form 990 filings. WFP is listed as a grantee across multiple umbrella groups. In other words, they're all the money's coming from the same few places and being put through shell organizations to distribute. A lot of the donors use donor advised funds, DAFs, passing through layers of nonprofits before it reaches the street, as I just said. What's interesting is how many of these organizations pump money into the left. Ask Hakeem Jeffries, who supported these networks via joint events and a PAC alignment. So I'm going to show you somewhere here. I have more images. That's the funding. That's that. Is this it? In theory, it might be it. Maybe it's not it. I don't know. Yeah, this is a good one to have up too. This kind of explains a lot in this little graph. This is the web of how all this dark money goes. And this is how the WFP leadership got money to Hakeem Jeffries. Look at all these groups. Fair Share Action, Future Forward, 1630 Fund I mentioned earlier, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Consensual Voters, 9 Tomorrow, American Votes, yada, yada, yada. They've all pumped money into Hakeem Jeffries through dark money through all of these shell companies. It's there. It's not hard. So when they talk about dark money, the left loves to talk about dark money in politics because they love to receive dark money in politics, but act like they don't, as they do with everything else always. And this is the problem that we're fighting. Like I said, this has nothing to do with the illegals other than the fact that they are the tool that is currently being used against our nation. And they're coming out and they're going through all of the typical, and I'm going to play a whole bunch of sound clips after the break. It's not just going to be my ugly face yapping. They're going through all of these very typical, what we've come to know, run-of-the-mill Democrat statements about these. Yep, Soros Open Source Society. Mike Pasqua asked, how much money do these organizations get from USAID? Mike, I honestly don't know the answer to that. And that is a fantastic question. You know what? At the break, I'm going to see if I can dig that up because that's actually a question I did not think about because I was so tunnel visioned on this set of riots that I did not think of that. But you know what? I'm going to do some digging at the break and I'll see if I can answer for you on that. So now we know the reason and the funding. We know how they're organized. And look, if you watch those videos, have you ever gotten a group of maybe 10 to 15 coworkers, friends, whatever, even people that you manage, try to move together from one room to another or maybe through a restaurant or a baseball park. It's like herding cats, right? So you got to ask yourself, how do they get thousands of strangers to show up at the same place at the same time, to show up with the right equipment at the same time? Because they're organized. This was never, ever a grassroots thing. This was never, ever, ever about illegal immigrants. This was entirely about making trouble on our streets and trying to make conservatives look bad. They knew the response that they were going to get out of Trump. They knew the response they were going to get out of conservatives like myself and yourselves and others. And they think they can still play that card. But even I think it was CNN today showed a poll number that said more people, Trump, when it comes to immigration, is now +1. When his last term, he was down like -29. And his immigration policies are up over 54% favorable with the nation. And they're shocked by this, but considering immigration was the number one main topic during the last election, it was the biggest issue coming out of the Biden administration, and it was the thing that we wanted Trump to focus on the most going into his new administration, and it's still popular. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to look up what Mike asked me to look up, and I'll be right.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844.
Ever dream of escaping the daily grind? At Escapist Travel and Tours, we make those dreams your reality. From breathtaking adventures to cultural immersions, we offer escapes tailored just for you. Let us take you to places where every moment feels like a new chapter in your life's adventure. Visit www.escapist.travel or call us today at 1-855-885-81776. Your escape awaits.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHR Media Network. Hey, folks, when I went on air, we were only 5 away from 500 on the YouTube subscription. So do me a favor. Hit like and subscribe. If you have any alt accounts, do me a favor and hit like and subscribe from them. It's not too hard to switch to your alt accounts. Thank you so much to our good friends over at KLRN for having the balls to simulcast me. I really appreciate it. Great folks over there. Make sure you check them out. I also appreciate the support from my team here at SHR Media, Mission Ready Men, BZ, Jersey Joe, all in the chat room tonight, and all of our other friends, Cheetah, Canadian Heavy Haul, of course, the Lost Wanderer. Orty hanging out with us. Orty, thank you. Appreciate it. Just get caught up on some of the chat before we go on. Orty says it's a shell game. They all move money between each other, but in addition to Data Republic, you should also follow at Jen LeVar. She is Jen Van Laar, excuse me. She's putting people together, and it's really, really good. It is. I agree. I follow Jen. I like Jen. She's really, really great reporter, and I'm glad she is getting out there as much as she is, and people are seeing as much for her stuff. Lost Wanderer said he was waiting for the break because his glass was empty. That's really a folly on you for not having two ready to go. Mike Pasqua, who I'm going to answer his question in a moment because I did dig at the break as promised. Remember in 2020, they were organizing on social media. They certainly were. Let's see. Man, you guys are chatting a lot. Canadian Heavy Haul, there's my adult beverage is always nearby. I think he's like me. If if Canadian Heavy Haul's like me, it's always in a backpack at least close by. Cheetah says anything less than charging them with a crime and also making them both testify before Congress is uncivilized. I agree. BZ says smash the subscribe button. We're only a meager 5 away. Rick Robinson says add 688 to that. Okay, I will. Thank you, Rick. And Cheetah said I gave up on White Mamba and deactivated her, else I'd be there adding to the subscriptions. I appreciate it. 496 now. Somebody, I got one more. We're 4 away. Dude, tell your friends, go to your social media right now, please, and link our YouTube and just beg 4 people to click it. I challenge you. I beg you. I encourage you. As they say, this is a call to action. Let's see if we can get to 500 before the end of the show. That would be awesome. Please, everybody, go to your social media. All you have to do is copy and paste the YouTube link and just ask for a friend if they'll like and subscribe. I am not beneath begging. Not even close. Plus, they can get in the chat room and hang out with all these amazing people. Lost Wanderer said, friends. Lost Wanderer, in your case, sir, when I say friends, I mean those in the little spaceships that float around above us. So Mike Pasqua asked me to look into these groups, specifically Tides. That's the one I really look for. I try to look at all of them, but I can only type so fast, and that's a break. To see if I could dig up if they got any money from USAID, and son of a bitch, they did. I'll put this up, and this is for Chat GPT, but it gives you the references. It comes through the 990s and all their sources. And USAspending.gov confirms multiple USAID grants to the Tide Center. 2016 grant to the Tide Center supported civil society program. USAspending.gov shows an additional award of up to $24.7 million between October 16th and July 2024 to the Tide Center. According to the 2022 Form 990, it's administered $24.5 million in USAID funding grants to strengthen and elevate civil society organizations globally, plus $1.5 million in subawards from specific USAID initiatives. God, if only we could get rid of USAID. USAID has awarded more than 27 million grants to the Tide Center, which, along with sister nonprofits, has bankrolled many leftist groups that influence the Biden administration, according to an oversight House Committee report. So that's the Tide Center alone out of all those groups. And that's per their 990 forms that they have to file with the IRS. And it was cross-checked from IRS and ProPublica as some of their sources. So to answer Mike Pasqua's question, because I do that here on the Edge of Liberty, I am all about my fans. They did, in fact, say that the Tides organization received money. Now, I'm sure if I go through the other ones, Crank Start, 1630 Fund, etc., the answer will probably be yes as well. Let's see. So let's get to some of, I think Dinner put a lot out back when USAID was on the top of the news cycle, and they probably did. Mission Ready Men, who made that comment in the chat room. I'm sure she did. She's on top of a lot of stuff. And again, a great follow. So let's look at some of the response, because the responses to things, and this is from Lily Tang Williams. I love Lily Tang Williams. I hope she runs again. She had been on SHR years and years and years ago. BZ has specifically kept in touch with her. She's just wonderful. But she had these quotes from all of these prominent Democrats about this specific set of riots. Mostly peaceful, Governor Gavin Newsom. Mostly peaceful, LA Mayor Bass. Mostly peaceful, Kamala Harris. Mostly peaceful, Elizabeth Warren. Mostly peaceful, Cory Booker. Mostly peaceful, Maxine Waters. Mostly peaceful, Chuck Schumer. Mostly peaceful, New York Times. Mostly peaceful, CNN. Shocking. Mostly peaceful, MSNBC. Why do they do that? Well, because once again, the Democrats and mainstream media love to play don't you dare trust your lying eyes. Don't you dare for a second believe that what you're seeing is real, because it's not. This image right here is a figment of your imagination. They didn't burn that car down. They didn't write fuck ice on the side. He's not holding a Mexican flag. None of that happened. You're imagining that. And I'm telling you, we've spoke about the left doing this for years, and I truly think it is starting to wear on people. I think people are not believing it anymore. I think people are tired of hearing it. I think people know to trust their own eyes. And the one thing that social media has done that we absolutely has helped, a lot of things have helped, is let people like you and I reach each other. They let people like you and I communicate one-to-one, share real information, share videos, share photos, share videos like this. This is, I think, the president of the National Education Association. According to research, they are the largest teachers union now. And this is the leader at the protest, as they called it, protest on the immigration raids. This is what we're getting from the left.
We the people! We the people! We the people! Yes! All of us have that right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of justice! We
You hear
the
that?
people!
That last word.
And the pursuit of justice!
You see how she changed that from the pursuit of happiness? We all know the quote for years have been life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That it's kind of an important one. You may have heard about that in your civics class once or twice. But the pursuit of justice, what they consider to be justice, not what you and I consider to be justice, what they consider to be justice. It's not the actual definition of justice. It's not treating people equally and fairly, treating others equally and fairly. No. It is a complete change to social justice. And that's what she's talking about when she says justice.
It could
But
turn
as
very
we know,
volatile if you move
it's
law
mostly
enforcement in
peaceful.
there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers. And,
that's exactly the
demonstrators.
problem here. And this guy from, I think it's Channel 7 ABC in LA, he's right. These people were just hanging out watching cars burn. They weren't bothering anybody whatsoever until, damn it, Trump activated the National Guard. And that's when we started to have problems. It wasn't stuff happening before that. And again, remember, these folks here are just protecting federal buildings. They are not, I repeat, they are not patrolling to stop the rioters. They are protecting federal infrastructure, and buildings. This is why the National Guard, as you see here, was activated. And you know who knows that? This howling hag who is screaming at them.
What are you going to do? You going to shoot some kid who's afraid of you and run? You going to shoot an elected official? If you shoot me, you better shoot straight. I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted.
Doesn't have to be.
This is Trump and his
Yep.
outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city,
Nope.
but to frighten us.
I thought there were no sanctuary cities. Weren't the left telling us that there's really no such thing as sanctuary cities, but there are, but there aren't? Did you hear what she said at the meeting? Why do you have guns? Well, the same reason the cops have guns. The same reason why your protection detail has guns. Because these things get violent, and sometimes people do things that could amount to a loss of life, and it needs to be stopped. So the leading wig collector in America, Maxine Waters, is asking, are you going to shoot some kid and run away? Are you going to shoot me? To which I wish one of them looked her square in the eye and said, ma'am, if you try to take my life or the life of somebody else, then yes, I will shoot you square in the fucking face. But if you don't, we won't have a problem. You and anybody else who are on the streets, if you don't do any of that, we will not have a problem. I am allowed to use deadly force to protect my life or somebody else. So as long as you're not threatening that, there's no issue. But you see,
This is wrong.
this is acting.
I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason.
And you know what? I bet you none of those kids, none of those Guard members or Marines want to use their weapons. I bet you they're hoping the same thing. They're hoping that there's no problem and all of this goes away. But again, as we saw, this is the same regurgitation when the BLM riots were going. Well, why should cops be armed? Because they're bringing a gun, and because they're there, there's a gun at every incident. Now that's escalation and blah, 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 bullshit, 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 bullshit. Ma'am, I don't know if you saw any of the videos of the mostly peaceful protests, but cops are getting hit in the face with cinder blocks. I'll play a video in a little bit here of somebody with a paintball gun. Funny story about paintballs. If you freeze them, they can crack your skull, depending on how high pressure the paintball gun is. There are people who will hurt. We know that because I read earlier. Let me go through my notes here. 14 officers have been treated for injuries so far, one in critical condition. The cops are the response to the problem. The National Guard is the response to the problem. The problem is they're mad that ICE is making the arrest. But that's also a response to the root problem, which was Democrats and Joe Biden let 10 to 20 million, some say more, illegal immigrants to this to this country, and we have to fix it. That is the actual fucking problem. It's not the response. It's not ICE trying to deport them. It's not the National Guard who called out in response to the riots. It's not the Marines who are getting called out to protect federal infrastructure in response to the riots. It's not the LAPD and the LA Sheriff's Departments, the ones that are actually doing something, and the chippies, who, by the way, I don't blame the line officers. It's leadership problem. But they're not the problem. It's the people burning the police cars. It's the people breaking windows. It was the shoes that were looted, which obviously will help immigrants. It was the record store that was broken into, again, to help immigrants. This is the fucking problem. She is part of the problem. And yeah, isn't she? I don't know if she's paid off her $68,000 fine yet. But, you know, she'll get around to it. And if you look, oh, man. If you listen to what some of these windbags on the left do. Now, this is California Representative Judy Chu. This was yesterday, I believe. And she's talking about how the LAPD had everything under control. But watch the video in the background.
You have outliers that throw things and cause damage. And so, yes, the LAPD came in and they called it an unlawful assembly.
Yeah.
I believe that the LAPD has this underhand, and they are very, very experienced in riot control. So
they're doing a great job.
This is
By the
something
way,
that they can handle.
all those vehicles were those unmanned Waymo taxi vehicles that they stopped using just street blockers, anything that would block them, because those cars are programmed that if anything gets in front of them, they stopped. And then they lit them on fire. But she's sitting there talking about how it was under control while this video is playing next to her. What's the show on KLRN? Juxtaposition? It's just unfreaking believable how they will say things with a straight face and act like it's totally normal. And you talk about organization. This is another good one for you. Look at this. They raided a Home Depot. They create barricades. They even tag some of it. 5 guys there. They use cement blocks. Look at homemade dragon's teeth. Is that mostly peaceful? What are you preparing for when you do that? When you set up a street for this, what are you preparing for? You're preparing for something. You're preparing to make sure law enforcement can't advance on your ass because you're about to do something no good. Yeah, and BZ did say the Chief McDonald from LAPD said that they were overwhelmed. Why they experienced riot control? Does that mean your society has a problem? Yes. Yes. Yes, Lost Wanderer, to see your chat room. The answer is yes. They're 100% have experience in riot control because they have riots all the time. Ordy says he knows our show. I do, Ordy. I do know your show. Oh. And Jersey Joe, the resident firefighter who knows this stuff, lithium batteries, which those Waymo cars are, when burning emit hydrogen fluoride, carbon monoxide, and various organic compounds, which I assume is just wonderful for society, for the climate, right? So, man, I'm so aggravated. And it brings me to No Kings. Now, Data Republican, this is her information, not mine. Data Republican says thousands of No King protests against Donald Trump military parade are going to take place on the 14th across the U.S. as activists reject Trump's birthday plans to feed his ego. Organized by Indivisible, a progressive activist group partnering with groups like 50501, the anti-Trump nationwide movement dubbed No King's Nationwide Day of Defiance, will coincide with the U.S. Army's 250th birthday and Trump's birthday celebration. The massive cavalcade will have horses, soldiers, tankers, warplanes, and more. So this group, Indivisible and 50501, who I haven't had a chance to look too far into, but they are responsible for putting together, and I know Joe talked about this, I know Rick talked about this, but I want my followers to be able to follow it. 497, 3 to go. Part of me wants to stay on the air and just force anybody listening to make a new YouTube account to get us to 500. So maybe I'll stay on the air to 500 just to see if it'll happen. I'll give it to 930 of 500, whichever one comes first. Jeff, PGB, and Drool, incredible potentialities for drunkenness and alien tomfoolery. I think that's a beautiful idea, according to BZ. So, we've seen all of these peaceful protests, which, have looked a lot like this, right? You haven't seen the American flags. It's all been the Mexican flag. Imagine wanting to stay in a country so badly that when you're protesting it to show that you've really welcomed that country and want to immerse yourself into that country's culture and way of life, that you can't help but flying the flag of the country you fled because it was so fucking horrible. But that's what they're doing. And that's what they've been doing. So I read earlier today, and I thought I saved the post, but I can't find it. And I got more from Maxine because she's just been amazing. And, once again, talking about these incredibly peaceful protests like this. Does that look peaceful and friendly and healthy and safe? I really worry about their lungs because, as Joe pointed out, when you're burning electric vehicles, severe exposure can lead to immediate throat swelling, upper airway obstruction, fluid buildup in the lungs, pulmonary edema, and lung collapse. So, how are they combating this? Well, they're smart and they're cautious, and this completely grassroots, not at all organized event have started. Hold on, where is it? Oh, I can't find it. I must not have saved it. I'm a jackass. There's these masks. I forget, they're called B-News or something like that. They're full face masks. They're not quite gas masks, but they have like ventilation and what's the word I'm looking for? Gas mask like effect on the bottom. And they were spotted being handed up from a truck, and somebody posted the license plate of the truck. Where they pull up and they started handing them out. According to what I saw and what I read, they run about $90 a piece, and they were handing them out from like a full pickup truck. So they're preparing. They're absolutely 110% preparing. Let's see. And how much do they love this country? Oh, by the way, the SEIU president, David Huerta, has been released from federal custody on a $50,000 bond following his arrest for ICE during a raid in LA. So the SEIU is once again acting wonderful. For those who don't know, the SEIU in California is the biggest union of state workers. And the SEIU is one of the biggest leftist organizations in the country. Another Data Republican said another investor in the organizing of these riots is a guy by the name of Ron Gochez, one of the major organizers. He is a self-proclaimed revolutionary, there it is again, who called for a revolution to take the land back from white racist people. In his own words, Gochez admits to training activists in the classroom and dreaming of a different society entirely. If you watch some of the videos from these completely not organic grassroots protests that have become riots, you will see a common trend, which is the Soviet flag being carried around by a lot of people. You weren't seeing a lot of American flags, but then word got out as I was reading today that the imagery of walking around with all of these other flags, but the American flag, was bad. So they actually started handing out American flags to the groups and the rioters. And what do the rioters do when they get their hands on the American flag? They do this.
And this is not just a good gesture. This is something we need to make real. We need to bring this down for once and for all.
That is what they think of the American flag. That is what happened. Because the optics of carrying around the Mexican flag, the Venezuelan flags, and the other ones were terribly bad. Ordy in the chat room says, Service Employees International Union, they have more power in Vegas than the mob ever did, 100%. That is 100% accurate. Lost Wanderer said they are using words like comrades by these assholes, and it's pissing me off. Oh, yeah. And remember, a lot of the Venezuelans come from a socialist country where comrade is a regular word. Socialist, communist. It's communist now. They're using force to push the socialist values. It's communist. Let's see. I have so many videos. This is what they think of our country. They're not going to assimilate. They're not. They don't want to join us. But again, as I remind you, that is the distraction. Illegal immigration is the distraction. And yes, I think we have to draw the parallels, and we have to show the fact that they hate this country and they are a problem in of themselves. But the bigger problem is the organization that has been being put into play that want to take this country and destroy it, and they're using the immigrants to do it. We've highlighted how many socialist, communist movements tonight. Maxine Waters, back to Maxine, because she's just been just wonderful. And I mean that in a completely sarcastic way. This was her on CNN, and honestly, I considered just doing nothing but playing Maxine Waters clips all night because I have so many of them from the last 72 hours. It's not even funny. And none of them make her look good. This is old Maxine who must have put on a new wig and then was denied entering the LA detention center. She was trying to see that SEIU member that was arrested and released on bond. This is if this doesn't warm your heart and maybe even give you a little chub, I don't know what will.
The LAPD police chief, Jim McDonnell, says the level of violence he's been seeing across Los Angeles, in his word, and I'm quoting him now, is disgusting. Given that, why shouldn't the National Guard be involved?
Well, I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened. And so he doesn't know
Again,
what to do, probably, because this is a sanctuary city.
He doesn't know what to do, the LA police chief. As she's saying how peaceful it was, look at what's going on the video.
And the police don't have the authority. All that he's got to do is call the work with the governor. The governor was not even called when he sent in the National Guard.
Okay, first and foremost, she's saying the police chief needs to call the governor, and the governor wasn't called when the National Guard sent in. That makes zero fucking sense whatsoever. Because the governor wasn't going to activate the National Guard, or he would have, and he wouldn't have been bitching about Trump doing it. So what would calling the governor have done? They had CHP deployed to the area with the LAPD. The LA Sheriff's Department deployed to the area with the LAPD. So they had what we called AHOD, all hands on deck, and they needed more help. And actually, the governor, clearly not going to activate the National Guard because he didn't, would have been a dead issue.
The mayor was not even called. The president is initiating this purposely. He knows what he's doing. If he was, thinking, well, first of all, he started off the targeting, all of the migrants in the way that he's doing.
It's not targeting. He's not. He's not targeting. He's arresting people who shouldn't be here.
And so, if we had people who were working together and cooperating, the governor would have been contacted, the mayor would have contacted, and they would have said to the police, whatever the sanctuary city is, if we need to undo that at this time so that the police will have the authority, we can do that.
Do what? Sanctuary city doesn't protect against rioting and looting. Sanctuary city just means that the city is not working with immigration to get rid of illegal immigrants. So what would that have done? She's batshit crazy.
But no, the president doesn't want that. He wants to use his power. And I am predicting he will go so far as to create martial law.
I just want to point
There it is. There it is. The martial law thing. I love it. I love it. I love when they throw that out there. It's martial law. I think he's trying to get to martial law. I think he wants martial law. Let's see. Comments from the chat. Jersey Joe. So let me get this straight. People are protesting deportation by waving the flag of the country they refuse to live in while burning the flag of the country that they do live in. Yes. Canadian Heavy Haul. Nelson didn't activate the National Guard to force Trump to do it. so he can run around saying, oh, yeah. Newsom, not Nelson. Sorry, I knew what you meant. Newsom. My bad. Jersey Joe said, yes, he is targeting those who came illegally. Okay. And the Phantom says, I swear this woman is making me lose the remaining brain cells that I have. You need to hold on to those, kid. It's a long life. You're still young, so be careful.
Out, and I'm sure you know this, Congresswoman, there has been some violence in the course of these protests. Some police officers were, and some vehicles were damaged in the process.
This is not CNN being honest. This is CNN trying to clean up her mess. Wolfie here is not, well, I'm just trying to tell you that there was some violence because that's my job as an honest news reporter. No, he is trying to clean up on aisle 5 because her Depends just fell all over the floor.
So there has been some violence out there, right?
Well, the thing about it is you may have people, one or two or a few people who will not conform. That happens everywhere. That happens in our workplace. There's always someone who...
This happens in our workplace. Really? Your workplace? There are people burning the American flag. There are people burning cars that are just sitting there. They're breaking windows. They're looting Congress. Is that what's happening in the workplace, Maxine?
Something. But you're saying to people, don't be goaded. Don't be goaded into a confrontation. Don't be goaded into violence, because
you're not going to be goaded into violence by the National Guard and the Marines if you don't go to destroy federal buildings.
That's what Trump wants. He wants the violence so that he can send in the military and create martial law. That's what he wants.
So
and if a few people were doing crazy. That, I've not heard of anybody being shot. I've not heard of anybody being killed. I've not heard of anybody being beaten. So I don't know what all this so-called violence is all about.
So let me get this straight. You should not take any action until people are shot and killed. Got it. And this is why she is not a police chief. It's unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. I just did a quick check over at shrmedia.com because now we're down to 3 away. And I don't, 2, we're 2 from 500. We're 2, folks. Woof, hold on. Oh, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to dig up some more stuff because there is more I want to talk about. I am going to go long. And actually, what I may do is I may invite a few people to jump on with me. But we just need 2. All we need is 2. If we have it when I get back from the break, that would be amazing. So stick around. See if we'll hit 500. Maybe I'll invite some folks on right here on the SHR meeting.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. Carrygirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHR Media Network. There is a fight in our chat room over on YouTube to see who's going to be the 500th. There's two people, Canadian Heavy Hall and the Phantom, who are standing by to be the 500th. I love controversy. Love it. Speaking of controversy, I talked earlier about the No Kings event that's going on this weekend. And I just want to show you exactly where it's going to be. Oh, look at that. This is where it's predicted to be. You'll notice all of the blue cities have the highest concentration in the blue states. Of course, the Atlantic Seaboard. And of course, the Pacific Seaboard. The Midwest, not so much. Florida. Lost Wonder in the chat room said when they both think they're going to hit 500, I'll unsubscribe. That's awesome. By the way, Lost Wonder is Sundays on KLRN. Fantastic show. You have to please check it out. And
you can't hear me either. Hang on.
And speaking of KLRN,
the problem is since I'm streaming you on my side, it won't
I
let
thought
me
I
bring
was
my
going to get
camera
a guest, but maybe not.
I'm going to try something real quick. Sometimes this fixes it.
Ricky,
Hang on.
I'll bring you in, but you have no video and I can't hear you.
You can't hear me either. I'm not using my camera.
There we go. Yeah.
The problem is I'm streaming you on my side. It won't let me bring my camera up. I'm going to try something real quick. Sometimes this fixes it. Hang on.
Okay.
Because I'm not using my camera over there, so this should hopefully. That's usually whatever, sir.
Ordy says he's unsubscribed.
Yeah, wait, maybe.
Are we even at $4.99?
Nope, it says it's already in use.
More. Can't hear Ricky. Best show ever, says the Lost Wanderer.
I don't know why it's doing that. That's usually his. Wait, now it's short.
Wait, I got a picture of you for a second. Maybe.
14
and
million.
while we're waiting
it says
for the
it's already in
technological
use.
Genius. Oh.
So I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that.
Well, with us is the
now
Grand
it's short.
Poobah of KLRN, and one of its, I think it was 14 shows over there.
Yeah, you did.
And
14 million.
on another 20. Yeah, 14 million. This is, of course, the infamous Rick Robertson.
You just called him an old
and
fuck in
joining
front of
us as well
700
is
and some odd
Jersey
people,
Joe,
so that's
host of
not
the
cool,
Reverb
bro.
Common Sense. Thank you, sir. I'm waiting to see if the old fuck shows up. I mean, BZ. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did.
I didn't mean to. That was so wrong.
Isn't it past his bedtime?
You just called him. You just called him an old fuck in front of 700 and some odd people. So that's. Not cool, bro.
Well, you know me. I'm always inclusive. I want all 700 people to know.
Dude,
so we're sitting at 498,
I've liked and
and I
subscribed
figure
on
we
every
can
account I
marathon
have,
this
so
little.
I can't help anymore.
Surely
I've tried.
everybody in the chat room, surely everybody has gone to their social media and put it out to like and subscribe. I mean, that's the only. All of you have, right?
Dude,
and I'm saying that sarcastically.
I've liked and subscribed on every account I have, so I can't help anymore. I've tried.
So I'll start with Rick.
I know nothing.
As I'm going to call him now, the Shadow, not the Phantom, the Shadow, because he can't be seen. Rick.
No, exactly. I think this was
Sir,
this
your
was
take
planned
on these
all
LA
along, and one of
riots
two things
and the
was going to
funding,
happen.
and
They were either going to figure out a way
do you agree
to
the
make
fact
sure
that the
that
illegal
their votes got
migrants were
counted
a
to make sure
planned,
that they got to stay in power, or if they didn't,
that's what
they
I'm
were
looking
going
for,
to use
planned
them to start sowing the
tool
very
for the
same
Democrats
unrest
to
that we're
use
seeing
later on.
right now. And
No,
I mean,
exactly.
come on.
I
I mean, that's
think
one of the
this
things that
was
I love
this
hearing
was
about when
planned all
everybody's like,
along, and one of the
"Oh
things
my
was
God,
going to
nothing.
happen.
Nobody's ever
They were
done
either going to
anything
figure
like
out
this
a
in
way
history.
to
Obama
make
deported the
sure
most
that
people ever.
their
He
votes
wasn't
got
doing anything
counted
like this."
to
And
make
I'm
sure
like,
that
"Yeah,
they got to
nobody else
stay
is
in
just
power. Or
basically
if they
throwing the
didn't,
gates wide open
they were
and
going
said,
to
come
use
the
them
fuck on
to start
in.
sowing the very
You're the
same
next
unrest that
president.
we're
I'll see if
seeing
you can
right
bankrupt
now.
America. Come on
And
down." I mean, come on. I mean, that's one of the things that I love hearing about when everybody's like, "Oh my God, nothing. Nobody's ever done anything like this in history. Obama deported the most people ever. He wasn't doing anything like this." And I'm like, "Yeah, nobody else has just basically thrown the gates wide open and said, come the fuck on in.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so
you're the next
frustrating."
president. I'll see if
Well,
you can
especially
bankrupt America. Come
some
on
of the
down.
stuff that I talked
Yeah,
about
it
earlier
was. I
today
mean,
with BZ,
the
like the clip that
floodgates
everybody's
are
showing where the
open.
cops
It
are
was
like
no
circling one of
longer
the
a
people that tried to set
sarcastic
them on
statement.
fire.
It was
and
an
they're like,
actual
"They're
fact.
being so mean to the dude." I'm like, "Dude, if you tried to set me on fire, you'd have met fucking Jesus like PDQ." It's just so frustrating. Especially in so, some of the stuff that I talked about earlier today with BZ, like the clip that everybody's showing where the cops are like circling one of the people that tried to set them on fire,
And,
and they're like,
everybody's like,
"They're being
well,
so
they had
mean
him
to the
down
dude."
on
I'm
the
like, "Dude,
ground.
if
I'm
you
like,
tried to
dude,
set me on
if
fire,
it
you'd
were
have
me,
met
he would
fucking
be meeting
Jesus like
Jesus right now.
PDQ."
I'm just
Oh
being
yeah.
as honest as I
You're
can.
talking about the mounted unit cops where the guy ran up with a gas can and had them pinned up against the wall. Yes.
And everybody's like, "Well, if they had him down on the ground," I'm like, "Dude, if it were me, he would be meeting Jesus
Yeah.
right now." I'm just being as honest as I can.
And joining us, of course, as I
So
spoke
is this what we're doing
earlier,
with this
is
telephone
Glow
style? You're
Gaming
not giving
Zeppelin
up till we get to
from the
500
Beautiful
tonight?
Cat Saloon. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Let's see. So we're 2 away from 500. I figured a couple of helpers would be nice.
So is this what we're doing with this telephone style? You're not giving up till we get
This
to
is
500
telethon
tonight?
style now. It just takes 2. That's all it takes now is 2.
Arms for the poor. Arms for the poor. Won't you give us a lending hand? 2 subscribers, all we need. Arms for the poor.
Seriously, that's where we're at. Put the map in the chat.
I'm begging you, please.
Oh, here's.
I'm desperate. I don't know what to do. Please subscribe.
Mike Pasqua requested the chat for the No Kings in the map, and I have put it there. So the No Kings thing to me has to be one of the funniest. I'm going to be interested to see if it's a giant flop. I part of me thinks outside of LA and maybe Boston and New York and a few other cities like Seattle, Portland, it's going to be a massive flop. But it'll be interesting to see because you have
UTI
people
fits too. I
like
would go with that.
what's his name, Joe Walsh, who all of a sudden said he's not a Republican, even though he hasn't been a Republican in 30 years or something like that.
It's nothing more than a UDI.
Oh yeah, did you say UTI?
Close to it. UDI.
He is a UTI.
UTI fits too. I would go with that.
But the man has not been conservative for as long as I can remember. And I called him Diet Joe Scarborough the other day because that's all he is.
Nah, just put Walsh on the penny so he goes away.
He is. If I was going to make a dollar bill for a rhino, Joe Walsh and Joe Scarborough would have been the 2 that I would have fought with to get on the bill. Maybe I would have them spooning as the pitcher in the middle of the $1 bill for rhinos.
Nah, just put Walsh on the penny so he goes away.
It's a good point. So I knew Mission Ready Men as soon as I mentioned Joe Walsh was going to make a comment because this isn't even a recent thing. It goes back years and fucking
triggers
years.
me.
Anytime you mention Joe Walsh, the politician,
he was one of the bigger voices
Mission
when I
Ready
was
Men,
just starting to get into this stuff and seeing some of these people that I used to look up to that I had figured out were nothing more than grifting asshats.
It's one of the only ways
This makes
that
me
you
so
can trigger
cranky
Big E.
because the thing about it is, if I wanted to do that, there are so many tricks in this business that I could use to drive traffic to my website, and so many. He was one of the bigger voices when I was just starting to get into this stuff. I don't want the message to suffer. Some of these people because it's about trying to do that I have figured out we're nothing more than grifting make a difference, not trying to see about how well you can line your wallet. Because the thing about it is, so many if I wanted to do that, there are so many tricks in this business that I could use to drive traffic to my website. Oh my God, Trump's the devil. To oh now I'm a Democrat. That I refuse to do. You've never been anything. I don't want the message to suffer. Because it's about trying to chasing a dollar bill. It's about trying to see if you can make a difference. And I can't trying to see about how all of your money dries up and goes away. And so many of these people that basically went from the Tea Party to the Republicans to, oh my God, Trump's the devil, to, oh, now I'm a Democrat. No, you've never been anything. You have no spine. You have no compass. You've been chasing a dollar bill. That's it. And I can't wait until all of your money dries up and goes away, and I never have to hear from any of you ever.
I can't wait to see with the Florida governor race because
Ooh, Joe, you're real low mute. You're real low volume, Joe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
The Florida governor race is going to be interesting because the Democrat side is David Jolly, who was a Republican, then a Democrat, now wait a minute.
I can't even decide which party I'm with, but I'm
now
decisive.
a Democrat.
No, I mean, I think
I
I think
know which way he's going.
He's bipolitical.
Well, I think
Yes,
bipolitical may be the best descriptor I've ever heard for a politician. It's just BUY political.
But he's going to be a great leader. He's decisive. He makes decisions.
I can't even decide which party I'm with, but I'm decisive. No, I mean, I think
administration
I
made
think
decisions too. They just weren't good fucking decisions.
Well, I think bipolitical may be the best descriptor I've ever heard for a politician. It's just BUY political.
Bingo. He's a Whig.
BZ, your mic I think is flip flopped again to your computer. You're echoey and
Oh,
distant.
cat crap. Hang on.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking it was. So,
I have a question too because it's something that's not really talked about, and maybe I had misinformation. But didn't Obama send in the military into Baltimore also?
oh, was that during the Freddie Gray riots?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta dig on that now. That's a good point, Joe.
And I
let's
don't think
see.
he did send
Yeah,
them
I
to
got
the
it fixed.
streets.
I had to-
But
I
I think
had
it
to
was to
fix
federal
my end.
buildings also. I could be wrong.
You're
on that.
blind. Put a hat on, Glare Boy.
How about this?
Better.
Oh, there he is.
Super.
Oh, Lord.
What is that? And I got Rick back. Rick's on video.
Yeah, I got it fixed. I had to
blind.
tweak something on my end. You're blind. Put a hat on, Glare
National
Boy.
Guard was used, Joe, during the Freddie Gray riots, but it was not ordered under Title 10. It was actually done by the governor at the time, Larry Hogan.
But still, that Obama, there was no need for it.
Oh no, Obama. So here's the difference, and actually, because I remember Obama condemning the violence quite strongly. This is where a lot of these leftists don't realize how obvious and stupid they are. Obama was the king, to use a phrase, of being able to encourage bad behavior, being able to come out and speak down about that behavior and say you really shouldn't do that, and then would come out a couple days later and gloss it over and say, but I understand why they did it. Right? He was so slimy when it came to that, but he was great at it. I mean, he was great at selling his brand, and he was great at always making what he did look good, even when it was just horrible.
Timu Obama's been trying that too.
Oh God, dollar store Obama.
Yeah. I don't even think he's worth $1. I think he's more Timu now.
Yeah, maybe. Mike Pasco in the chat room. Oh, there he. Phantom's waiting for $4.99. She's like just sitting on the edge at $4.99. We're at $4.98. We need 2 more.
Something
on YouTube. Just like and subscribe to be 500. If you hit 500, Jersey Joe will polish your car. Maybe.
I thought you said you're going to polish the.
He did mention
never
he
mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Polishing something.
Well, I heard that you shaved for some lucky guy.
Yeah. I 100% shaved for some lucky guy. That lucky guy was me.
Self-love. All right.
Yeah. Hey, one of us should love ourselves. If you can't love yourself, nobody else will. BZ. I want to ask the same question to give the panel, now that I have a panel, a good chance to round it. BZ, do you think this was always the plan with allowing all of these immigrants to flow over the border, was to eventually be able to use them as a tool to further, and not just in the sense of the redistricting and stuff like that, but as a wedge to use in this nation to get people divided again. Because remember, and we've talked about this before, one of the things that the left hated about Trump is he was getting people to unite. And they were furious about that and petrified about that.
I don't think Biden was sufficiently cognizant. The people that were running him, yes, but these are also crimes of opportunity. And when you have a situation such as this, when you have somebody, this is perfect. Leftist Democrats and globalists are nothing if not prime opportunists. It's like looking at a carcass and deciding that you're going to clean every last molecule of it. This is going on, and you'll notice that it first started in not an organic kind of fashion, but everyone decided, just like what? Just like what was it? The thing that started against stock markets that began with the anarchists. They're all climbing on because they see it's a golden opportunity. They can go ahead and do it, and it accomplishes any number of things all at once. I don't think they're sure that it was going to hook and take, but now that it hooked and took, now they're going to jump on board. Everybody's going to jump on board, and you can see them doing that right now. And then the money followed for more.
I think that they're more into a cover their ass right now because the message that's going out there is too obvious, and they know, in my opinion, they know the people are not happy and see through the bullshit that's going on because too much we're seeing now. It's peaceful, and as Sackhead, Sean, I, all four of us have done, showed the videos time and time again where they're sitting there saying it's peaceful, as you know, next to them on the screen you see shit burning down.
Yeah.
I think right now they are in a panic mode because of the message that they're putting out on Twitter. If you notice, when they're in trouble, X, they're on X nonstop posting, nonstop. And that's what they're doing. Newsom's out there big time right now.
Oh, he is absolutely 110% carpet bombing his agenda right now. And I'll tell you right now, and I don't mean to cut you off, Joe, but I think this is kind of an important
he does.
thing to bring up. I honestly think that all of this entire rioting situation, this benefits Trump way more than it benefits Obama. I mean, Newsom, because even though so this has become their Frankenstein. They cannot control this monster. They got it rolling. They wanted to use it. And all it's going to do is keep going until it finally gets shut down properly. And the rest of the country, California, yes, there are people like me in California who voted for Trump. And there are some conservatives here. But California was never, ever, ever going to vote for Trump anytime soon, anytime in the future, in my humble opinion. So,
right, well, if
the
I may,
optics within California, Newsom,
I think I know why the
gives a
Democrats
shit?
are doing what they're doing. And
Nationwide,
like I said earlier, I think it's
what they're
basically
looking at is
they
the
thought they had
50,
this going
6%
either way
that
because they
approve of
were
the
either going to find a way to make
immigration,
sure that
how
all the
Trump's
votes got
handling
counted
immigration.
for all these
They're
people that aren't
looking at
supposed to
this
be
as
here,
a
or
man who
they were going to be
followed
able to do
through with
this.
his
But they're also
message.
looking at this through the lens of the Right, summer well, of love in
if I
2020
may,
and all the stuff that came
because
before.
I think I know why the Democrats are doing
that was
what
an
they're doing.
open
And like I said
scab in
earlier, I
America.
think it's
They found an
basically
issue that a
they
lot of
thought
people
they
were
had
still
this
upset
going
about.
either way because
This
were
isn't
either going
one
to
of
find a way
those
to make
issues.
sure
Most of
that
America
all the votes got
agrees with
counted
what's going
for all
on
these
right
people
now.
that aren't supposed
So
to be
them
here, or they
believing
were
that
going to be
they
able to
could
do this.
basically
But they're also looking
recreate
at this through the
part
lens
of the
of the
divisiveness
summer
that
of
made
love in
everybody so
2020 and all the
tired,
stuff
which
that
is
came
one of the
before.
reasons why most of the
That
country
was
supposedly,
and
and
if you look at the data in
I still say
America, they found an
supposedly,
issue that a lot of people were still upset about.
You know,
Fuck
this
it, we'll
isn't
put the
one of
grandpa in
those
charge.
issues. Most of
At
America
least then the
agrees
rioting
with
will
what's
stop.
going on right now.
Because so them
But that's just
believing
it.
that
This
they
isn't the
could
same. Most of the
basically
country wants
recreate
these people gone.
part of
And
the
it doesn't matter how
divisiveness
much
that
you
made everybody
scream
so
and yell
tired,
and
which
whine
is
about
one of
it
the
on
reasons
social
why most of
media,
the country,
because most of the country
supposedly, and
wants
if you
these
look at the
people
data, I
gone
still
because
say
we all
supposedly,
look at it from a common sense
said,
perspective. If
you
somebody
know,
breaks into
fuck
my
it, we'll
house,
put
they
the
don't get
grandpa
to
in charge.
stay.
At least then the rioting will stop.
Because but that's just it. This isn't the same. Most of the country wants these people gone. And it doesn't matter how much you scream and yell and whine about it on social media, because most of the country wants these people gone, because we all look at it from a common sense perspective. If somebody breaks into my house, they don't get to stay.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, the Democrats, as normal, hit the same well over and over and over again. People seeing that, because that's the other message. Oh, look what happened when Trump was in before this happened. Yeah, and you're doing it again. People are seeing that this isn't a Trump issue, that it's a Democrat issue, and they just hit the same well. Racist, sexist, going after the immigration. Oh, the peaceful protest. People can see it, especially now. Yeah, the mainstream media is not broadcasting it, but all you need is a social media account, YouTube, Twitter. All of them are posting exactly what's going on, and people are seeing what actually is going on, not what's being fed to them.
I agree. Well, and why do you think they wanted to control social media so bad for all those years? The last thing they ever wanted us to do was to communicate freely and unfettered and have our own opinions that weren't somehow edited or shut down because there's essentially a censor monitoring what you post. And you remember, this is the same group of people that under Obama was trying to get an FCC censor in every single newsroom. That was not a myth. That was one of the plans.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Their whole
I was going to say it goes
goal
a
is
step
to limit
further
our
because everybody
communication
forgets on the
and
way out
keep
the
us
door.
divided.
Biden's
Because then,
FCC
as I
managed
said
to sell off
earlier,
how many AM
as
radio
one of the
stations
steps
to
for
George
the
Soros? If it was not,
protests, they get to
Elon
come
Musk
in and
had
be the
not
great
bought
white
X.
savior.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
not
also
only
Biden.
did they allow them to be purchased, they fast tracked the sale of it, cut a
No,
bunch
go
of
ahead,
corners,
bro.
and just made sure
I was
it
gonna
went
say,
through.
it goes a
This
step
is
further
akin
because
to them
everybody forgets on the way
basically
out the
throwing
door.
all the bars
Biden's
overboard
FCC
on the way out the
managed to
door,
sell off
which is one of the
how many
reasons
AM
why I
radio
get so mad
stations
with
to George
everybody
Soros?
talking about
If it
the
was not,
BB, which I know is not
Elon
our
Musk
topic
had
today,
not
but I'm
bought
going
X.
to.
They
They drained
fast-tracked
everything
that
on the way
term.
out the door.
Yeah,
We
not
have to
not
do
only
something
did
or we're
they
gonna
allow
run
them
out
to
of
be
money.
purchased,
We're
they
already
fast tracked
basically
the
out of
sale of
money.
it, cut a bunch of corners,
But
and just
that's
made sure
kind
it
of the
went
same
through.
thing.
This is
They do
akin to
all
them
of these things to
basically
make
throwing all the
everything look as
bars
bad as
overboard
possible
on
for
the way out
whoever's
the door,
coming in.
which is one of the reasons
think
why
all
I
the way
get
back
so
to the
mad with
Clinton
everybody
years
talking
when
about
W
the
won.
BBB, which I
Granted,
know
their
is not
shit.
our topic today. But I'm
Granted,
like,
their shit
look,
was
dude,
more petty.
they
But how
drained
much did it
everything on
cost
the way
me
out
and
the
you to
door. We have
replace
to
all
do
the
something or
keyboards they
we're
ripped
gonna
all the
run out of
W's out
money.
of? We're already basically out of money. But that's kind of the same thing. They do all of these things to make everything look as bad as possible for whoever's coming in.
Seriously, I mean, think
all the way back
think
to the
about
Clinton
this. I
years
mean, yes,
when W
granted,
won.
you know,
Granted,
they're
their
playing
shit-
for bigger stakes now.
Granted, their
But
shit
it's
was
the
more petty.
same
But how much
pettiness
did it
because
cost me
they've
and you
been
to replace
the
all the
ones that have
keyboards
been
they
in
ripped all the
charge for
W's
so
out of?
long. And
Oh,
let's face
God.
it, other than a couple of times
true.
before Trump,
It's sad, but
Republicans
it's
liked
true.
being the underdog. They
Seriously, I
liked
mean,
being
think
the
about
opposition
this.
because
I
it
mean,
made
yes,
it
granted,
easier for
you know,
them they're playing
to
for bigger
fundraise.
stakes now. But it's
Trump
the
turned all
same
of that on its
pettiness
head. That's
because
why the
they've
old
been
guard hated
the
Trump
ones
so
that have been
much.
in charge for so
Because
long.
they don't
And
like
let's face
to
it,
lead.
other than a
They
couple
haven't
of
for a
times
long time.
before Trump,
And it's what
the
you're saying right now
Republicans
because the
liked
same
being
ones
the
that are always like,
underdog.
"Oh no,
They
we can't do
liked
that. We
being
can't do
the
that. We can't do
opposition
that." Look,
party
I
because
get
it
it. I
made
don't want to do
easier
it
for
either.
them
To
But
fundraise.
if you don't,
Trump
you
turned
can't
all
get
of that on
anything
its
else
head. That's
done
why the old
either.
guard hated Trump so much because they don't like to lead. They
Mhm.
haven't for a long time. And it's what you're seeing right now because the same ones that are always like, "Oh no, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that." Look, I get
We're
it. I
already
don't want to
in a
do it
civil
either.
war.
But if you don't, you
We're
can't get
already in a
anything else
civil war.
done either.
Hey, Sean, I just shared with you a tweet from a Democrat mouthpiece. Arrest the governor of
That's weird, 'cause I
California,
did.
and you will have a civil war.
Yes.
Who said that?
We're
Bring
already
it.
in a civil
Anonymous.
war.
Anonymous.
We're already
This
in
I
a
don't know if you
civil
see
war.
the screen. I shared it with you just if you wanted to.
I'm sorry. I did not get the notification for that, Joe. Hold on.
That's weird because I did. I'm telling
Did
you,
you?
they're going to try to spread it everywhere they can.
I didn't get crap. I never do. Damn it.
When the fuck did you get my-
By the way, I just saw in another chat breaking right now anti-ICE protesters gathering in downtown Phoenix.
I'm telling you, they're going to try to spread it everywhere they can.
Chris Murphy called for it.
Yeah.
He called for a national-wide anti-ICE protest.
Which is the go ahead, Joe.
No, just as I said on the show, he knows it's been violent. He knows it will be violent, and that's what they want.
Yep. Well, and yeah, I've been blowing and I'm not the only one, obviously, but just been hitting everybody with this of, oh, there it is. Oh, I got the fact that you stopped, Joe. I did not get the fact that you
I'll
started the
probably not
screen
get
share.
that.
Sorry. Yeah, well, and I said this.
Let's
They
let's
need
be
the
real
country
for
to
a
be in
second.
turmoil,
I mean,
and it
Governor
has
Hairgel's
nothing
already
to
taken a
do.
page out of Jefferson Davis's book. I mean, we're
Oh,
basically
there we
already
go.
in
Anonymous. Arrest
the
the governor of
beginnings of a
California,
civil
and you
war
will have a
because now
civil
he's
war.
screaming
Yeah.
about states' rights
Yeah, it's all bloviating. I mean,
versus
it's all
federal over.
BS.
Careful.
Did that on purpose.
Let's be real for a second. I mean, Governor Hairgel's already taken a page out of Jefferson Davis's book. I mean, we're basically already in the beginnings of a civil war.
Yeah, what do you know?
Because now
What do
he's
you know?
screaming about states' rights.
Yeah.
Versus
It's
federal
so
over.
it's so funny how all of a sudden states' rights is a Democrat issue. Oh wait, no, it was before once. And a couple 100,000 people died as a result.
Yeah, what do you know? What do you know?
I am more blown away because if Hair Gel had half a brain in his head, which I know he doesn't, so I mean, I'm being realistic, but if he had half a brain in his head, he would have reached out as soon as he heard Trump was about to do this, called and said, hey, I'll deploy him. I'm out. I'm ahead of this. I'll deploy him. Because then he can actually say, we're all agree that he's running the next time. That's not like a questionable thing.
I know. He's there.
Then he can say, oh, wait, when those riots took off, I acted before Trump did because I saw the risk. I saw the risk to the officers that were down there, and I activated the National Guard. And we are officially at $4.99. Thank you, Lost
Damn
Wanderer.
it, Jim. Really?
Which is really good because I ordered food, I think, while somebody was talking through my phone. And I got about 22 minutes till it gets here. So
Okay, stop right now. Now, go find out. Did you text that guy when you ordered food?
I did it through the app.
Okay. Find out who that guy is. And
501. Hold
Hold
on.
to subscribe.
Wait. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. The coolest thing just happened, and this is why I love our listeners and our friends and our team that we have here, because
501, baby.
we're officially at 501. That is the coolest shit ever. I don't think 501. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. I don't have any more celebratory. There we go. I have that.
Nice.
Oh no. So when I go through, I will determine. There's a fight going on right now as to who the 500th was.
Nice.
So
Hey, Sean,
somebody talk.
I want to show a video because I want to dispute the Democrats because this was taken on Friday before Trump even ever got involved in this.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. There it is.
Add stream. Good, Joe.
Look at the size of that concrete chunk that's laying in the road.
I know, it's incredible.
What would happen if that would have went?
Oh,
that's it.
Go ahead.
But this was Friday afternoon before Trump ever got involved, even though they say this is all Trump's fault, yada, yada, yada. Right there's proof.
So you couldn't find that out while we were watching like a minute-long video or
Oh,
nothing?
yeah, 100% peaceful. Somebody talk, because I have to answer the question that's being asked in the chat
Wait,
room. And
nobody
look
can be
and
normal on
see
here. Are you kidding me?
Who was the
None of us
500
qualify
subscriber?
as normal.
So can you actually find out?
I can, yes.
Really? Okay.
You couldn't
outside of
find
my
that out
job
while we were
description.
watching
I
like a
am
minute long
not
video
ever
or
been
nothing.
asked
To be normal before.
No, somebody just needs to talk and be normal for a minute. Oh crap! There's nobody on here that can do that.
Wait, nobody can be normal on here. Are you kidding me? None of us qualify as normal.
Not a yubbing.
I'm really so. It's funny because
Outside of my job description, I have not ever been asked to be normal before.
good,
the Democrats
good
that
point.
they're putting themselves into on this is a losing battle, no matter which way you look at it. I mean, they're sticking up for people who not only entered the country illegally, but are staying here every day is a crime because they're here illegally. That is a separate crime. Now, on top of it, they're trying to brag. Well, they put money into Social Security. Hey, how are they doing that? They buy stolen identities.
Yes.
Who do they usually buy them from? Cartels. What are they bringing with them when they come across the borders? Drugs. From who? The cartels.
Muy drogas.
This is what the Democrat Party is protecting. This is what the Democrat Party is harboring. They say this is a Trump fault. I didn't see Trump harboring illegal immigrants in California. I didn't see Trump going out there and forcing anybody to shoot fireworks, commercial fireworks, at a helicopter, trying to crash it. I mean, did you guys see Trump out there forcing him to do this?
Yeah, no, I never. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay, I will. I have to update the people. I will not be able to. I will not be able to see the analytics till tomorrow.
Oh Jesus!
It will.
Oh my God!
It has to report. It'll do it in 24 hours. Now, we know it was between Canadian Heavy Haul and the Phantom. The question is, who was gonna be the 500th? I'm gonna have my guess, and my guess is going to be Canadian Heavy Haul, because I'll tell you why. He's drunk, and drunks are lucky.
Oh,
I will keep up the promise.
Yeah, baby. That's it.
His address.
Nice try, though.
I have a bunch of stickers for all, BZ's, mine, and Saskatchewan's, I believe, and SHR. I will mail them out to Canada.
No, Lost Wanderer, you can't go back down to 500 and then come back up again. It doesn't work that way. I know Kyle really well.
Try, though.
I know Kyle would absolutely give me his address, and I know he would love stickers. If it is not, I know somebody here, and I won't out it, has a really personal connection to the Phantom. So if it was the Phantom, I will make sure that something nice is done for the Phantom. But I will find out tomorrow. I promise I will look it up. And I will reach out. I can actually reach out to both of you personally off air.
Phantom, I'll buy your dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, that's a good call. That's a good call.
If it turns out to be Canadian Heavy Haul, and because by dint of the fact that he was imbibing, if it was him, I will send him a BZ's Saloon.
Ooh.
Dun, dun,
Look
dun.
at that.
Dun, dun, dun.
2 of his 3 wives illegal
Made
immigrants.
of unobtainium.
That would be amazing. I know Canadian Heavy Haul would love that too. He's a good dude. I'll tell you, I met Canadian Heavy Haul before he knew I did podcasts and such. And before we talked politics, we both work in the same industry. So we just became friends that way. But good guy. Whoever is the victor, I will make sure that it is announced on, on the SHR website. I will put a 500th posting.
Say, you got to do a thing about it.
Yep.
It's got to be a thing.
We'll
notice me and you, how much we love our fans and we respect them, that we're going to give stuff out for them. And what Sean's doing, I'll post it on the website.
Yeah. I'll do all the real work. I'll do all the real work.
That's
Sean, right. Like everything else, the princesses get to go out and have the crowds love them. While the people who actually get shit done are behind the scenes sweating away. Who posted your show to the website tonight, Joe? Wasn't fairy dust, was it? Wasn't fucking fairy dust, pal.
It could have been fairy dust.
Sean.
Yes, sir.
Sean. Since you've shaved, you've got a bit of a bitter bitch face going on.
I do have one. No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Mission Ready Men, sir. Big E. He's taking off for the night. Make sure you check him out every Tuesday and Thursday.
Meanwhile,
at
we're still sitting
9 a.m.
12 on
Pacific,
our-
12 on the East Coast, right here in SHR Media, who we now on YouTube have over 500 subscribers, 501 to be exact. That means I have to take down my begging video.
I'm aware.
From,
I'm
the
just-
YouTube page. A lot of big things going on.
Meanwhile,
Thank
we're
you,
still sitting
Biggie.
12 on ours, but whatever.
Hey, I've told you can use it whenever you want. You know how to get on it if you need it. It's there.
Yeah,
But we
I'm
do have one more
aware.
hurdle. We do have one more hurdle.
What's that?
10,000 watched.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh yeah, but we have a year's worth to get to there. So
Yeah, and we're fine. We're actually a lot closer than I thought we would be.
First 500. Now we push for 1 million. Starting now. Go.
I want to see the progress we can get. Look, I did not go on the air tonight thinking that I would be doing a Jerry Lewis-esque telethon to get us to 500.
I like
But
spaghetti. So you
it
sell
worked
spaghetti.
because I brought in 3
Yay!
special needs guys, and the money, the subscribers came rolling in.
we have ice cream.
My favorite part of that is I knew all 3 of you were going to say and or do something to support that.
I like spaghetti. So you sell spaghetti. Yay!
Oh, good golly, man. This has been a blast. So let's get to some predictions before we wrap up. How long do you think this unrest, it's going to go through the weekend? It'll probably dull down Wednesday and Thursday. And then my prediction is that it'll coincide with the No Kings event. It'll pick up a little bit for the weekend. How long do you think it's going to go on for? We're going to start with Jersey Joe.
You're saying how long these riots will go on in LA because you froze up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. I think tonight it'll start dying down. Tomorrow will get less. And I think kind of it'll phase out by Wednesday, Thursday. They're getting too much negative press.
Well, but here's the difference. The Democrats aren't smart enough to. We talked about this earlier. Is they're not smart enough right now to understand that bad press is a thing now, and that I think Kyle Canadian Heavy Hall said earlier in the chat, and he's 100% right. They have yet to figure out that the internet's forever.
Yeah,
they just haven't figured it out yet.
I agree with that, but it's just it's sometimes it does click in when they're going, okay, we're not winning this.
All right,
and we need to make it go
I'm
away.
going to
So they'll
say
manufacture
probably a little
another,
bit past this weekend, if I'm honest. I think Trump's going to
crisis
actually
to
start
divert
having
from.
to tell the
Always
National Guard to
manufacturing another
actually
crisis.
start putting their foot down.
Let's go
before anything really
Let's go with
stops.
beauty
I mean, that's one of the
before
things
age. Rick,
from.
go.
I think the video that
I'm not
Jersey
sure I
Joe was
qualify,
playing a
but
second
okay.
ago was actually part of the
all
one
right.
that I played on my show
I'm
earlier.
gonna say probably a
and I
little
can't
bit
believe at
past
some
this
point
weekend,
with
if
all
I'm
the
honest.
cars
I
that were
think
there,
Trump's
they
gonna
didn't
actually
just do the
start
whole
having to tell the
skirt
National
and just
Guard
grab
to
the dude
actually
and throw him
start
to the
putting their
ground.
foot down.
Before anything really stops. I mean, that's one of the things from. I think the video that Jersey Joe was playing a second ago was actually part of the one that I played on my show earlier. And I can't believe at some point with all the cars that were there, they didn't just do the whole skirt and just grab the dude and throw him to the ground.
Yeah.
Well, it was about 4 or 5 throwing.
I know. I'm really shocked that one of those cops didn't just get out and be like, you know what, dude, I'm sick of this, and just go nuts. BZ, my good friend, sir, your thoughts on the longevity of these riots and the impact?
Well, things have changed overnight. As you guys have been talking, and myself as well, I've been watching the TV that's up here, and you can see watching the live video that the response from LAPD is much more organized. The people aren't there. They're not popping off like they were. Just before they took a break, they were pushing a blue dumpster toward a line of LAPD officers, and the LAPD officers broke ranks, came out, stopped the dumpster, and then they cut to commercial. So it's not the same as it was last night. It'll die down in between, and then the hope, I'm sure, is that by June 14th, it'll pop off. It's whatever organicity they claimed is now predominantly gone. I think we're going to see a lessening until June 14th. And you know what? I'm not even so sure that June 14th is going to be a big gig.
Well, we'll see. Of course, they're picking Flag Day. Of course, they're picking the Army's birthday. And of course, they're picking Trump's birthday to do all of that. First and foremost, BZ, I want to thank you for using the word organicity.
Thank you.
I actually have to pay you, I think, $5 now for that word, because that's a $5 word.
Thank you.
So check is in the mail, pal. Just keep looking for it every day.
5 syllables.
And a couple things that some other people, I didn't really touch on this, but Title 10. A lot of people don't understand what Title 10 is. Title 10, long and short, is
it comes after Title 9.
Well, it does. Technically, you would be right.
Yep.
It kind of dovetails into the Insurrection Act. It allows the president to call on the state National Guard units into federal service. Now, in times of war, they would be activated. This is different. Whenever the president considers the unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States, it makes it impractical to enforce the law. So, in other words, when defecation hits the oscillation, the president can invoke Title 10 and take control of National Guard units from any state or
Can't we all get along?
Area. Couple of the other times that it has been used, because a lot of people said, "Oh, this," they bring up Kent. That was the first thing they bring up. The last time it was used, it was 1992, the LA riots, after the Rodney King verdict.
Can't we all get along?
Governor Pete Wilson was the governor. President was George H.W. Bush, and he invoked Article 10. Now, Pete Wilson was thankful for it and was supportive about it, but that doesn't matter because he doesn't need the approval of the governor in that situation. Federal troops deployed were both Army and Marines. And the outcome was order was restored via federal control, and we obviously don't know the outcome now. So it's interesting just really to look at Title 10, and everyone forgets the state guard. Sean's doing 2 hours. What's happening here? I always have 2 hours worth of material. I'm just usually too tired. California has a state guard, and I saw this conversation come up too. The state guard is not at all federally funded; it is all funded by the state, and the federal government can never call them up. They're not a militia organization; they're a state guard organization. What were you saying, Joe?
No, I'm just laughing.
At what?
Chat.
Oh yeah, no, I know they're all giving me because I can actually do a full 2 hours.
Rarely, but it does happen.
Rarely. Really, Sackheads. We used to do 3, right? Didn't we do 7 to 10, or was it 8 to 10?
We did 2.
It was 2. It was 8 to 10. That's right.
I think
that's why I did 8 to 10.
Yeah, that is why you did 8 to 10, because you used to sit on both sides of us, bookend us Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, I was busy Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Yep.
Oh, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Correct. Now these questions, and what? Now the question is, what did he order? Honestly, a cheesesteak. There's one place out here that makes a good cheesesteak, and that's what I ordered. And
I hate you.
I will tell you that it is 7 minutes away. So timing is everything, really.
So what place? I gotta ask.
Hold on, give me a second.
So I would like to point out one little happy story moment for this
it's
one.
a local place.
Has anybody noticed nobody's talking about the rainbow flags anymore? They're waving Mexican flags.
But it's good and I like it. So that'll be here, and I'll eat that and get a little bit fatter before I pass out and go to bed. That's the entire plan. And get up and do it all over again.
So I would like to point out one little happy story moment for this one.
Yeah.
Has anybody noticed nobody's talking about the rainbow flags anymore? They're too busy waving Mexican flags.
It's so weird, isn't it?
Lo siento.
It is so
Did you see
weird.
the arguments against pointing out the Mexican flags?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier that they're handing out the American flags now at these events because
They were posting about Israel flags being flown on U.S. soil.
oh yeah,
I don't see anybody complaining about that because it's in a different context.
right,
Morons.
very different.
Well, sort of like your little idea that I ran with and stole. That they're trying to accuse Trump planned all this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
If he planned it, that means Biden was involved in it. Biden and Harris, and they intentionally lost the elections.
That was in response to Newsom saying, "Don't give in, don't be goaded." That's part of Trump's plan. That was always his plan. Yada yada. This was always his plan. His plan was to, in fact, deport some of the 10 to 20 to 30 million, in some estimates, illegals. Yes, I will give you that. That being said, he only had that plan after Biden allowed them all in,
mm-hmm.
and it wasn't exactly.
And the Democrats harboring them.
Thank you, Wardy. Have a great night. And then, yeah, I don't think Trump conspired with Biden to allow all these people in so he could win an election and then get rid of them.
Well, that if their theory is going that way, they would have to admit that Biden and Kamala Harris threw the election so Trump could win, so he could implement this plan.
God, that is Machiavellian shit.
And you know, it's great. They will run with something like that as a plausible theory. But when you talk about how these riots that we have proven through facts and receipts are organized, planned, and paid for by leftist organizations who are run mostly by communists and socialists to undermine and destroy America, we're called lunatics.
Look at the hair on that arm. That's as much hair as I have in my ears.
Oh, I don't even have to wear a sweater in the winter.
And
he shaved.
Yeah, no, I actually just shaved these down a day and a half ago. But I sneeze and that happens. So, but yeah, no, it's crazy. Oh, actually,
what?
You know what? I do want to share this really quick before we close out because this dovetails into what Joe shared earlier. The video of the guy throwing the rocks at the ICE vehicles. This is from U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley. Wanted. Eppolito Reyna can run, but he can't hide. He threw rocks at federal officers leaving a command post in Paramount on Saturday. A brazen attack caught on film that could have resulted in death. Reyna, 40, is charged with assault on a federal officer and faces up to 8 years in prison if convicted. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for his capture.
I may have to dust off a certain badge of mine.
I was going to say, who wants to go for a ride? I could use 50K. If I could get 50K and 500 followers all in the same week, I'd be winning.
Yeah, but you know what? The same thing with
don't ask me what I would do for a Klondike bar.
Would you turn in illegal immigrants for $20,000? Hell, I'd turn them in for a Kit Kat bar.
Yeah, seriously.
What would you do for a Kit Kat bar?
Did you say kitty cat bar? Well, that's weird, but Joe.
I mean,
that's downtown Trenton.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me what I would do for a Klondike bar.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm with you though. I do it for a nickel. It's like when somebody said, "Wait a minute, you'd shoot somebody if they ever killed your dog or broke into your house over stuff for a dog?" And I'd be like, "Dude, you have no idea what I would do for people for much less. Like, I don't care. That I don't know people. I don't care about the person who decided to kick in my door. Like, that's on them."
You are so worth much less than my dog. Oh my God.
Well, here's the thing. Those people put their lives at that low of a value that they choose to do those.
Yep.
My hemorrhoids have more seniority than those people.
Why would you? And they're also a pet in your house. So let's start around the horn. Let's go. Let's start with the bottom. Jersey Joe, sir. Where can everyone find you?
Right here.
Perfect.
SHR Media social media, Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the right coast. What is that? 6 p.m. on the left coast.
Easiest
Damn
way to find me is
commies.
just to go to
And,
klrradio.com
you can
/
catch me
schedule. I
on
do the
Twitter
Daily
at
Show over
Jersey
there,
Joe Talks.
which is starting up again
And then he
tomorrow.
wonders why I
That's
don't
from
invite
10 to
him on.
1.
Jersey Joe, sir,
every
thank
day
you
except
so
for
much.
Mondays.
Appreciate having you, buddy.
Tomorrow night, I will.
I got to go with
I'm not
Ricky
sure because we're
Robinson,
not doing
sir. I
the usual
know.
thing we
I
do.
know
But
where
usually
people
on
can
Tuesday
find you.
nights,
You
I'm part of
tell
the
everybody else where they can
panel,
find you.
which is hosted by Ray
Easiest
Corsteve,
way to
but
find
he's
me
off
is
this
just go to
week.
klrradio.com
Wednesday nights, full boat.
schedule. I do
Thursday
the Daily
nights,
Show over there, which is starting up again tomorrow.
The
That's
Jen
from
and Rick
10 to
Show.
1
Friday nights, usually he said,
every
she
day
said, but
except for
Aggie's
Mondays.
off right now, so I'm not sure
Tomorrow
what we're doing
night,
on Fridays.
I will,
and you can find me at
I'm not sure because
Rather
we're not
Rick 73.
doing
You can find our
the
network
usual
at
thing we do. But
KLRN
usually
Radio.
on
You can
Tuesday
find
nights,
music
I'm part of the
contributor on
Twitchy.com,
panel,
misfitspolitics.com,
Ray Corsteve, but
and
he's
the
off this week.
loftsparty.com. And I also
Wednesday
produce
nights,
the Loftsparty
full boat.
podcast, which
Thursday
usually drops
nights,
on Tuesdays.
we do the Jen and Rick Show. Friday nights, usually he said, she said, but Aggie's off right now, so I'm not sure what we're doing on Fridays. And you can find me at RowdyRick73. You can find our network at KLRN Radio, and you can find music.
Before you kick me off, just so you know,
misfitspolitics.com,
745.
and I also produce the Lofts Party podcast, which usually drops on Tuesdays.
Man, you were so lazy.
God,
not a problem.
Underachiever.
Ricky, sir, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, as always, for simulcasting me. I cannot say thank you enough.
Before you kick me off, just so you know, 745.
745 viewers over at KLRN for tonight's show. Outstanding, Rick. Thank you, sir.
PGC, Flight Golf Clap.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. And last but not least, the Bloviating Zeppelin. Sir, thank you for being with me tonight. Thank you for celebrating 500. Where can people find you?
It was an honor to be here. Don't expect me to have any kind of a memory to be able to rattle off all the stuff that Rick does. I'll be tasked to just try to tell everybody I'll be on tomorrow night. What is tomorrow? Oh, Tuesday. At 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern. And you guys have beaten this topic to death, so I think I'll probably have a 90-minute special on, I don't know, hemorrhoids. No, it's going to be... Oh, Jesus, you guys. Why you oughta tell
Hey,
the moon, Alice.
You know me. I can't let a good story go to pass.
Hey, but if I had to be someplace where we reached 500 subscribers, I would rather it be here.
It's
Right
apropos.
now.
Apropos. BZ, sir, thank you very much for joining us.
Aloha.
And you can find me every Monday and Wednesday right here at shrmedia.com and simulcast with the wonderful folks over at KLRN. I want to thank the chatters tonight. I want to thank my guests tonight. I want to thank the subscribers who actually got us over the mark, got us over that 500. It is huge. It is so meaningful to us. It's going to bring us great things in the future. So thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed, go to youtube.com, SHR Media. Please subscribe. You can join the chat room every Monday and Wednesday when I'm live, when BZ's live, when Jersey Joe's live, Mission Ready Men's live. Chat room's always open on all of those sites. So please check us out. Stay safe, stay warm, have a cocktail, enjoy your week, and I will talk to you Wednesday evening. Take care. Bye-bye.